Okay. And I'll flip back to my other video. Hi everybody, and welcome to the, here we go, welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor group for Tuesday, November 22nd, 2016. And I think we have all systems go here. I'm going to adjust the audio up a little bit, and that should make it a bit better. And I think we're ready to go here now. So, who knows what we have for today's activities. I was just showing this this older reactor that I had from a couple of years ago. That was one of my more inspired contraptions that I put together, and maybe we can have a look at that a bit later. But in the meantime, as is the custom here, we do have something being shown by Lee Coates up in his video, so we're always tempted in this show to check out what Lee has, because it's always something interesting to look into. So not sure what you got there, Lee. You got a tester and a little module of some sort. Tell us what the mystery's about.
Well, I saw a video earlier today, around 3 hours ago, from Stefan Fry. He was making plasma batteries. So I said, gee, that's interesting. I better try this, because I had this sort of the materials to make them with. So it's just a layer of aluminum, the duct seal aluminum, you know, with a sticky back on it. And you stick that to some wax paper, and then you have a piece of paper towel that you paste some GANS on it, and then you put your copper on the paper towel, and you put actually you put the aluminum with the wax paper on the paper towel, turn it over, and then you put the copper on the other side of the towel, and then you cut them up into little squares like this guy here's, I don't know, 1.25 by 1.25, and you just layer the squares together, and yeah, the more layers you got, the more voltage you get. Like this guy here is getting me oops, just gotta turn it on first. Change it to DC. Let's see what we got. 0.9 volts out of that little thing. Well, it's down to 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, somewhere in there. So then I said, well, okay, what I'm using for my copper, though, is for this experiment right now is the copper tape for doing stained glass. So it's got the glue on the back, which it shouldn't have for making these batteries. There should be directly the copper on the GANS. So I made a stack of about 40 layers here, but I'm only getting about 0.5 volts out of it. But that's 0.54. I guess you can see it there. 0.55. So anyway, plasma batteries. Who would have thought they're so simple to make? Well, you can. I'm just using my mixed GANS that I normally use for my capacitors. So it's who knows what it's got in now, because I've been mixing different stuff in it over the last year. Just keep. So yes, yeah, that's right. They're all washed GANSes, but usually when I get the GANS, it's not as pure as I'd like. It goes into the mixed GANS pot. So that's what I used for this. And but Stefan was mentioning some other GANSes that you could use to make it better or whatever. So if you want to, I found the video on Golden Age of GANS, and then and it pointed to his YouTube channel for the video. And he has 3 videos out, one with 3 different voltages of batteries, and he shows you how to make them on this video. So and explains them a bit more. That's correct. Just plain copper. And as I say, it's not the right copper because it's got that extra layer of glue in there, so it's not making contact with the GANS like it should. So like Stefan had his stack like that was about 3 or 4 volts, and that's but mine's only half a volt, so I'm not getting the right contact. So I gotta get some copper foil without the glue on it, and then I could again play some more. But it was just neat that I tried making the batteries before and never had any luck, and so I gave it a try tonight and came up with some voltage here. So it was just a fun little project, quick and simple. Yeah, and what Stefan was doing, he was like cutting these into quarters and then stack, and then he'd get the same voltage out of the smaller ones, so you can make them real small and same voltage. I'm not I'm not sure what kind of amperage you get out of him. I think he was just starting to play with them too. So that's right. That's what he did on the video, one of the videos. And he had the one, the 13 volts, which was a cube about, I don't know, about 2 inches high, about that size. And he had it all, he had little taps off so you could tap in at 3 volts, another one at 9, another one at 13 volts. And the edges are hot glued, yeah. Just well, it's aluminum, the duct seal aluminum, and that's glued to wax paper. Then you got paper towel with GANS painted on it, and that soaks right through the towel. So you got a the paper towel is soaked with GANS, and then you lay your copper foil on top of that, and then you just stack them in series to whatever voltage you want. So that, 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 that's correct. It's sort of yeah. I sort of had some questions about the edges too, because you're cutting these with the scissors, and what happens if you short the aluminum in the cup? Yeah, yeah. It, it's possible, but I mean, Stefan was cutting them with scissors too, and all that kind of stuff, and he was getting results. So, it for the first attempt, it showed some positive results. So I figured I'd share it to you, and as I say, go back to Stefan's channel to see what he did, because he was getting even better results than I was, and yeah, I got to come up with some better copper foil if I want to play with it some more, I think. So, but that was plasma. Yeah. Stefan was talking a little bit about this, about being a detector. So I was thinking, for your device you're playing with, maybe one of these might be a plasma field detector. Yep. Yeah, on his 13-volt cube, he actually could sense a very strong field around it, stronger than the Magrav field. So that was sort of interesting too. So, and then he figures it's got some health applications and stuff as well. So,
Okay.
interesting little device, concept, or whatever.
I think my sound might have been off in the live stream there. Don says the sound has stopped, and I have it in the wrong adjustment there. So, right. Okay, that's interesting, but your sound came through about Stefan and so on there, so it should be clear. And Cleve mentions that Stefan doesn't wash his GANS, it has salt in it, so maybe that would make a difference too with the interaction between the aluminum and the copper. Definitely salt will make a difference there. You can make cells using salt and any two dissimilar metals, basically. And the other thing is, it should show a difference, I think, if you heat it up or cool it down in the voltage. It should change quite a bit. Like maybe even just holding it in your hand enough to warm it up would probably change the voltage a bit. You can maybe try that, it'd be interesting. Or put it in the freezer or something.
Anyway, lots to play with. More
Yeah.
experiments.
Yeah, I mean, some people might say it's a chemical battery, or it's just an ordinary what do you call it, galvanic action battery, or some sort of ionic battery or whatever. But it depends on how you look at it. If you look at things in a plasmatic manner, then it's things appear different, and all of a sudden those what were chemicals and ions are looked at more as plasma fields and plasmatic interference or plasmatic interactions. So on the micro or nano level, you're probably developing some oxides on the surfaces of the materials that are creating some special circumstances inside what's essentially a vacuum chamber you've created with that hot glue around it. I mean, it's not influenced by the atmosphere anymore, right? It's a sealed unit at that point. So it's not subject to further oxidation inside and so on. So it's a special circumstance.
Yeah, of course, the dream is to have a battery that never wears out, never discharges.
The
Yes,
everlasting battery, yes.
perpetual battery. So, and wouldn't that be great in a disaster situation? So,
Uh-huh. Okay, well, good luck with that. I hope you develop it out and make at least one for each Magrav. That'll be about 3 or 4 dozen by now. So, Yeah, I think stacking them up would be an interesting experiment, and to get them to actually work somehow and to do something would be really cool. What else you got there, Lee? Got any other secret projects hiding in the background? Oh, you were off. What else you got there, Lee? Got any other secret projects in the background there?
Oh, I'm still working on my car Magravs.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, blah, blah. My mind went blank. The
Car Magravs, and what else are you working on? You got.
Over on the Infinity project there, Mike Nashif had a video with some other insights into car Magravs, or at least they thought they did. So I was gonna steal a couple of their ideas and play with them, see if they worked any better. But they were going with putting a aluminum wire triple core, like bimetal cores, I guess is what they call them. So that in inside the double, inside the core that we got already, in the Magrav core, they'd have a coil of aluminum wire, and then on the gravitational one and on the medical one, they were going to put an iron core in it, some three-wire tie wire. So figured I'd give that a try, see what happened. But some of the, I'm starting to get some results coming in on the car Magravs I got in cars. My niece has gone through a couple tanks of gas, and she's getting 30% savings.
Really? Okay. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, a friend, I put him in a Chevy truck. He's getting 30% savings. My truck, I don't drive it very much, but I'm only maybe getting 5%. And I had another in a car, a small car, a friend's car, but she's on the negative side. The comparison mileage was on a trip to Edmonton, the highway trip, and at about 14 liters per kilometers per liter, and her first tank with the Magrav in came in at 12. So it's disappointment, that one. But
interesting. Maybe you need to switch the wires, the poles around or something.
Well, hard to say. My niece's one, where she's getting 30% there, that's the original one I installed with the poles backwards. So
that's what I'm wondering. Yeah.
So I asked her to switch the poles around the other way, to just for a comparison, to see see if it makes a difference. But and someone else I talked to tonight, I put it. He says he's getting better mileage in his truck, but he hasn't done the calculations yet to tell me how good it was. So anyway, got a little bit inconsistent results.
Can you explain how you connected your coil?
The connection to the battery?
Yeah. No, your coils inside. Like, how many coils you have?
I got two coils. One, and they're just the ordinary Magrav coils, wired the same way as a Magrav coil. And what did I answer your question, or is there something else there you wanted to know?
I just want to know how you connected it. So you connected it. This is gravitational. This is magnetic, correct? You connected this to plus and the other one to minus.
Correct.
What do you connect only gravitational to minus or plus, and plus outside magnetical to the minus? You try that one? Why? I will explain.
Yeah, I don't quite understand.
Sorry for that. Look, if you're gravitational, I mean, inside coil, correct? There is a another coil too, correct?
Correct. I got 2 coils.
So inside gravitational, you connect outside magnetical gravitational and take that line to plus.
Okay.
And outside magnetical to outside, inside magnetical to outside magnetical, then you connect to this side.
Okay. So you're just using one stacker coil sort of, and you're
Yes, you can use one sucker coil, or this sucker
okay.
coil you can connect, with another one. But the way I said, because we're connecting differently, correct, in Magrav coils.
Yeah, well, I got 2 separate coils because I don't want any possibility of a short circuit. So, whereas if you're connecting the one coil there, you might have a short circuit.
If you nanocoat your material, you can't short circuit.
Okay.
We were we were concerned, Armen, about in an automotive application where there's quite a bit of vibration, that the inner coil might vibrate against the outer coil of each coil set and cause a possible short, which would be a direct short to the battery and cause things to melt.
Put silicone, put hot glue, mix it up with GANS and just put it on top of it.
Yeah, we tried the hot glue. It wasn't totally successful. We examined it after chopping it apart, and the hot glue doesn't get into the inner coil and allows the inner coil to vibrate. So we tried. Well, actually, Lee mostly tried different epoxies and also
Epoxy works good, and fiberglass resin works good.
Fiberglass resin, right?
Polyester resin.
Okay, right. You can tidy it up, these coils, one and inside one too, that it cannot vibrate. There is no way that you can separate. All I am saying, to try gravitational inside connect, outside gravitational, and hook it up to the plus side, and outside magnetical connect to inside magnetical connect to outside magnetical, and put it into the minus side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You will see the interaction totally different. And GANS coated separate. Again,
What kind of GANS would you put on it? Just CO2 or something, or?
just understand, guys. Let's pH. This is your power. The parts of hydrogen. The rest is oxides. CO2, CuO, ZNO, and let's say if you call CuO, a lot of people, they say CO2, correct? Because when you produce your CO2, you left your container open. That's why mostly you're going to create CO2. If you close your container, CuO2. If you close your container and whatever you use from the water, you're going to create CuO. You know why?
No, why? How they're just not getting enough oxygen.
Because when it's open, you absorb from atmosphere too.
Yeah, I usually use the bubblers for the fish tank bubblers to.
You bring amino acid. What's the amino acid? Carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and oxygen. You bring that from the air in. It depends what kind of condition you create. If you close it, so whatever is in the water, that's the hydrogen, that's the oxygen you're going to use. So that's why you create CuO, not O2. Where you're going to bring the second oxygen? From the atmosphere, not from the environment. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah. A lot of people, they are confused, so you have to understand why. And CH3, look, all the oxides, whatever you have, zinc, lead, copper, aluminum, it's all oxides. What's your energy? It's hydrogen. And what's your connector? Is carbon. Now you figure out how you're going to do it. Always remember that you have to have a ratio of 80 or, 20. So you know that it's 80%, let's say alkaline, 20% acidic. Just understand, alkaline is your gravitational, acidic is your magnetic. So what's your magnetical? One element only, hydrogen.
That's a really good point, Armen. A good reminder that the CH3 is different from just that very simple fact that it's not an oxide. That's the outstanding fact of the matter, so to speak.
You have carbon as a connector and hydrogen, H2.
Mm-hmm.
So just understand the point. Okay, how you gonna GANS coated? Okay, GANS coated the way inner coil, GANS coated, 80% and 20% outer coil, opposite. 20% hydrogen, CH, and 80%, 80% CH3 and 20% alkaline oxides. What's in your body? In your body, you have 20% of oxides and 78% of hydrogen, correct? Even the universe works like that. So you do the ratio of that.
I was thinking of the Earth and how the mantle of the Earth, or the crust of the Earth, is made up of mostly oxides. 10
Correct.
different oxides. It makes up the whole of the Earth.
That's why it's in a matter level. So
But then we also have the oil that's in the Earth, which is a CH3 type structure. It's got the hydrogen and carbon.
Yeah, it's the
embedded in
liquid
it.
part. That's why it's flammable, correct?
Yeah, right. So again, I wonder what that ratio would be in terms of the oil and the oxides.
Look, if you have, let's say, aluminum or zinc, consider zinc, not aluminum, because everybody is doing aluminum. I will put zinc and put hydrochloric acid, HCl. You will create hydrogen. What you do with the oxide, correct? You release the hydrogen again. And when you release hydrogen in conjunction with oxygen, you create water. When you burn the hydrogen, you create water, correct? try it.
Sure.
So how easy is to create water? You can do the same thing in a plasmatic way. How you gonna nano-coat it? Just nano-coat it and perfectly, that no wires, you can see it's all dark and it's take time and nano-coat it. Just layers to build it up on it. You know, people, you know, sometimes, you know, I listen a lot of teachings, you know, it's very simple to explain. This is the matter. What you do, all these bonds, they are so tight, protons and electrons, they are so tight together. You know, they carry magnetical and gravitational field, but they are so tight together that this gap is so narrow that the fields, they cancel each other. That's why they are in a matter level. When you nano-coated, create this gap. You release the hydrogen, correct? When you put in the caustic, the bubbles, they are coming out. What is coming out? Now, this gap is, now they are free to interact. Each, this hole, this gap, they have the interaction. Now, when you release into the GANS, they have the interaction in 360 degrees. They are still in the matter level because they can show themselves as a GAN. You usually see it, but you know, they radiate out magnetic and gravitational fields. Now you have millions of it. When you rotate them, do you think that field stay in the ball? No, it goes out. Because now individually, we know, we can see it. If we see it, that means they manifested itself as a matter. They are such in a low state that you can see it. But in nano state. These GANs, they interact with each other. When you rotate them, this interaction, it's not sustainable. It goes thousands of meters away. It depends what kind of power you're going to use in a rotation. Just understand. The ratio of inner core and outer core. Because of your loading. The way you loaded it. Ratio 80-20. Try 37. See what you're gonna get. When you rotate, it's a centrifugal force, but what you do, you will see your GANS is creating rings. And you can see the hollow point. When you release the hydrogen, when you're saying you put a small aluminum, where this hydrogen goes, it's cascades itself in this little ball in the center. It don't have nowhere to escape because it's in a containment, correct? Now, whatever is in this hollow point interacts from the outside hollow point. And these fields, they travel thousands of meters because they are so powerful in a radius. Sorry for my drawing. I'm doing with one finger.
Who knew that we'd be learning plasma physics by finger painting?
What else we can do to throw it away?
It's perfect.
Yeah, it works. You can follow it.
Okay. Now I'm home and I'm gonna do some tests and I will show you guys. I'm not gonna travel until end of the year. So I have a month and a half free time.
All right, Armen's back in the lab. That's great. Back in the home lab.
Yeah.
Good, Armen.
Thanks, Armen.
Well, just try this way to connection and you will see a lot of, because inner coil now, which is gravitational, they interacting, you know, with two magnetic separately because they're not connected. This one connected to inside gravitational and outside magnetical to inside magnetical. And you bring it to your minus point and the rest bring it to your plus point. Because now you're going to collect all this interaction, inner coil and outer coil, to your battery.
Yeah, that's easy to try. I'm going to try it.
So we're collecting the fields because nano-material is the absorber. So it absorbs all the field that's surrounding, that's in the air, and the GANS, you put it over there, and through the nanomaterial, it absorbs to the metal. That field has to go somewhere. What you are directing, this is your battery. And you will see totally different performance. The way we're connecting it inside, how we're connecting the Magrav, normal Magrav units, correct? We're looping it out. And we have one side is magnetical, we call from bottom, we call gravitation. But this separately, the gravitational goes to plus, magnetic goes to minus. Now they have 4 coils interacting with each other separately, outside and inside. And you can. Now we're absorbing plasma fields. Anyway, I will stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Armen. Any questions from anybody while we have Armen's ear here?
This is Eva. I have a question. I'm a little bit confused because some people say that you can use seawater to make health GANs. Is that correct? Water from the ocean to make GANs to use to health.
Mr. Keshe has warned us several times about seawater.
Yeah,
No,
I thought so too.
The sea is not as okay. Life started in the sea, in the ocean. But today's sea and today's ocean is not the same as it was a million years before. It's not the same it was 200 years before. It's very much polluted. You know, waters are raining from up and are washing everything from the mountains to the rivers to the seas. All the industrial waste goes in the waters and reaches in the ocean. So in oceans, you will find everything, all the elements. Do you really need all those for health?
No,
mercury, radioactive materials, what's left from Fukushima, cesium, and so on.
But this guy, he said that you can clean the water in a way with your intentions. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd like to see him in a survival situation, not having a water purifier and just cleaning infected water with his intention and staying alive.
So the way I do it with purified water and clean salt is the best way.
Yes, you can purify the water very well by distillation. That's one of the ways. That's what happens in nature when the water evaporates and then it comes back as rain.
Okay, thank you, because I got a little confused when he tried to tell the other stuff. So
You're welcome. You see, you get all kind of information, but God gave us intelligence and wisdoms, and we have the tools of logic. You have to compare the data which you got from different places, and if there are differences, so do a selection. Look also who is the source. How reliable is the source?
it's our teacher in Norway. So
Okay. And is he teaching differently than Mr. Keshe?
yes, this was our teacher. We have when we have private Norwegian teaching.
Okay, but I just understand the point. It's very easy. You can use the seawater GANS, but in the seawater, as Sandor is saying, there is elements, millions of type of different elements. Even we did not polluted our planet, but still just understand from the rain and from inside rivers, it's all coming to the ocean. So whatever material is in the area is washing out to the ocean.
Armen, let me say something about that. It's a news release that came through today, actually, from the University of British Columbia, locally here, and the title is "Researchers Capture the First Glimpse of Important, Abundant Ocean Microbe." A rare microbe that was once thought to be insignificant has turned out to be one of the most abundant single-celled hunters in the ocean, and a team of researchers led by UBC have captured the first glimpse of these elusive predators. And there's these tiny one-cell protozoa that are the most abundant in the entire ocean, and they haven't even been captured or observed before. And it's the most abundant group of organisms that excludes bacteria and viruses, basically. It's the first life form in the ocean aside from the bacteria. And you'd think they would have discovered it before, but they just now have discovered it. And they're saying it's like discovering lions after having only seen gazelles, antelopes, and zebras for so many years. So in other words, even the scientists don't really know what's in the ocean. There's all these tiny microbes in every single drop of ocean water. And if you think about them as living organisms that their effects could get multiplied when made into exponentially and made into a GANS type material, who knows what could be in there. So it's interesting anyway. Go ahead, Armen.
By the way, you can search for images on Google with the keywords seawater under microscope. You will be amazed how many creatures are in a single drop.
Okay, go ahead there, Armen, and thank you, Shandor.
Yes, hesapeti bana kompüterisme bagi meeting imagine es autonomy jama hesap giden kompüterisme.
We can hear you there, Armen. We can hear you, Armen. Do you want to go ahead? Hello, Armen, are you still there?
Yes, give me a second. I'll
Okay.
be back. One
Okay.
minute.
I'll mute you for a minute there, maybe. Or you can mute, go ahead, yeah. Okay, any other comments about that while we are on the topic seawater GANSs and what's the best way to go? I mean, there are lots of people who have recommended and do recommend the seawater GANS, and there are people that have had good healing results from seawater GANS, but that doesn't mean it should be used particularly for any old application. It might be that some things it may be okay to use for, the same as having a swim in the ocean can be very curative for some diseases, or if you have a cut, generally you don't get infected when you go into the ocean. You end up with a healing effect from it. So
let's say, luckily, we have an immune system. So our body can protect itself from many things. But if your purpose is health, and you want to have the slightest control over what kind of GANS you will produce, it's good to know the composition of what you use for that.
yes, exactly. And particularly if it's for certain purposes that might go deeper into the body. It's not just for a healing pad. It might be for a healing machine with coils and GANSs used, and different GANS balls and whatnot. So it could be a very delicate situation, and when people open themselves up to this kind of technology, and you have to open yourself up to it, that could also mean that you're opening up to other entities. So
may I add something to that SIGAN's idea? It is also depending on which sea. Let's say you're on holiday, you're in somewhere in Mediterranean Sea or Aegean Sea, where you may be just by Cyprus and Mediterranean Sea. It's a lovely bay. I just collect it. I just try it. It's a beautiful thing. It's a spiritual feeling. It's just like overwhelming. You're in a beautiful area. Well, that's my idea of collecting the SIGANs, including all the knowledge where we have gathered so far. That's what it means to me. It all depends on which sea and where you're at, how you're feeling, and how you're collecting. All that somehow matters in terms of your knowledge, your understanding, and they all have a bit of an effect. But the most important thing is which sea.
A very good point. A very good point. Look at the Adriatic Sea situation after the Balkanian War, and see the statistics, how many projectiles of depleted uranium has fallen in. So not all the seas are equal.
I kind of go on what Rick says. The first question you got to ask yourself is, what are you trying to achieve? Is it a power system? Is it a health system or a flight system? And I mean, for power systems, I kind of always figured that using seawater might be better in that you're getting a whole lot of different metals and the different things that you can draw on that might be helpful towards a power unit. But the health units and flight systems, you need more control. You need to be able to, so maybe you need a purer method so you can control it. That's just the way I saw it.
Exactly.
Our teacher says that it's just a question of when you rinse the GANs afterwards, and I don't. It's not logical for me. So it depends how many times you wash them and stuff like that.
Oh, when you wash it, what happens? You are diluting it to half or to a quarter.
No, washing from the salt water.
Yeah. But washing itself does not eliminate all the traces of what you put in.
No, that was what I was thinking too. So I go with the purified water.
Yeah. So for my own purpose, to use for the health of my eyes, for an eye wash right now, I'm going to make today some distilled water to have something pure. I cannot buy a pure distilled water, only the industrial one, so I have to prepare it. Pressure pot, still some hours, some wasted water and energy, and there you have it.
Let me explain you differently. Whatever you put in the water, just understand, when you create a nanomaterial or GANS material, whatever is in that environment, you have to calculate. Even your container. Your container is CH bond. When you are nano-coating it, and after you put your plates and you put salt water, you have to exactly know what kind of materials you have in the environment. You have to understand that whatever is that in environment, even you nano-coating your material or GANS it, you're gonna have that whatever is in that water into that GANS too. You have to consider it. If you have a chlorine in it, if you have a, in your water, actually, when you do your tap water, there's a chlorine in it. So you have to calculate that too. You cannot say, oh, okay, I made it, you know, CO2 over here. In that water, you have a hydrogen too. Because your container is CH bond. Correct?
Yeah, and so if you use a glass container, you will get a different GANS, right?
In a glass, it's a glass more harder material. Even you know, when you're not gonna nano coat in there because it's gonna be hot and you're gonna crack it because the pressure or the heat is so much that you're gonna crack the glass. So at least unless it is you know, like cooking glass, which they use it, it can go high temperatures. But even that, you know, the glass is a more harder material than, you know, plastic. So when you nano coat in your container, put your metal in nano coated, you are nano coating your plastic too.
Oh, so good. Let me tell you what I experienced. I have produced CuO2, let's say, and then I haven't cleaned the cup. I'm a bit lazy with that business, and I just, with the distilled water, wash it off, and I produced. I wanted to produce CH3 in that cup, and I still had some CO2 in it, and I've collected, I've cleaned it, even though it was majority of it was CH3, where I left it for about a month, couple of months, 3 months, I don't know, the CO2 appeared within it, and it just separated. That was really incredible, just because you're explaining, even though I don't wash it, I don't use the cup still has its own, it produces what it produced before. As simple as that to me.
Yeah, because you nano coat your material, don't forget. And when you start producing GANS, so you consider not only you're gonna get zinc and copper, you're going to get carbon too. Because in your environment, you have a carbon.
Yeah.
In your environment, you have an oxygen and hydrogen.
Yeah.
Because water carries oxygen and you bring it up from upper atmosphere too. Because now you created that environment which absorbs the fields. That's why you get the amino acid on every plate you put. Doesn't matter what plate, you still get the fat.
Same thing up on it. Yeah, I know it. It's incredible. It really gives me. I'm silently laughing, but it's so nice to hear. It's a confirmation to hear from you, sir, and it really is. It makes sense. Everything it sits.
Sure, it has to make sense.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, we're not going to be alive.
I know, it's so good, but hearing it again and again, and in a different manner, in a different way, it makes me, it helps me to digest it and just understand it more and more, really, in a different, millions of different ways.
But understanding is one. Doesn't matter which way you explain.
I know. Yes, sir.
If we simplify it, it's going to be simple. If we complicated it, it will take you
I know.
maybe 10 years. You're not going to understand it.
Absolutely.
Correct?
That's super correct.
Okay. We try to teach each other, simple ways, not complicated. It will be important.
Thank you, Armen. I'm not so confused anymore.
Good. That's all we want. Not to be confused. Do with your understanding. That's better. It's no pain.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm speechless. Thank you.
Any other questions for Armen? Or comments about this?
Rick, maybe Armen could tell us what is growing on those plates I showed last time.
Can you show them? Do you have them now to show?
No.
Trying to think where I put those. I don't know if I can remember.
They are on
what I did.
another hard drive.
Pardon me?
I have them on another hard drive because I had to clean up my PC. It's a very small one.
Okay, let me see if I can find them. Do you know how you sent those to me? Was it at my Spaceship Institute address or
No, it was on your Facebook. Sorry,
Oh.
I don't have the other one.
Okay. So many means and ways. I'll have a look there and see if I can find those pictures. Let me see.
It was in a private message on Facebook.
Okay. It's not good. Let's see here. It's a video, I guess, right? Is trying to get it off of
Yeah. It's a video.
trying to get it off of Facebook, but it won't.
In the meantime, I just wanted to ask Armen what he's been up to, or has he been working on anything interesting he can talk about?
I'll show you later.
Okay.
Just be a minute or so here. I'm just going to download the video so I don't have to play it through Facebook. Okay, just about have it here. Get that set up. Okay, let me do a share screen here. And there we go. Share the sound. And screen. Okay, can you see this, Armen? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me play the video. I think it's a couple minutes. Yeah, it's a couple minutes long here. So let's go for it, the whole thing, and let's go through the whole video, and then we'll play back some of the pictures. Maybe it'd be a good way to do it. Okay, here we go.
It's a zinc oxide GANS, most of it. You put some energy in it.
No electricity or anything.
But you connected it to the other coil.
Yeah, the plates were connected to each other. Yeah.
How much salt you used?
About a tablespoon per liter water.
Not even. Usually it's a 35 grams per liter. It's if you want to create a condition of, let's say, ocean condition. So it's per liter, it's 35 grams per liter.
Okay. So it's GANS sitting together and make this kind of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's in a slow pace. Your GANs is being released, but they are in a very slow pace that it's like pile one on each other. And
Okay,
because I am sure there is not only, you know, zinc oxide in there, but there is a hydrogen in there, and there is a salt in there. So we have to consider that all. If you use the salt, it's sea salt, or you're using, you know, purified salt, it makes difference.
I use purified salt.
Okay, so then it's mostly salt.
I'm wondering if the water level, the salt water level, dropped in the containers, and if so, do you keep topping it up when it drops down?
Yeah, I keep putting in clean water because I think that the salt still is in the water. It's not evaporating.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Well, it seems a bit unusual, isn't it, Armen? This kind of.
Well, I know if you leave it, I have a container like this, so it's in a slow pace. You know, it's if you put energy in it, you're not gonna get this kind of things. Actually, you will get it, but it will drop down because the other one is pushing from the plate.
Mm-hmm. What could this be? Amino acids built into the structure.
Sure, because it's connected from the top, so it brings it in. It's a mixture, but mostly it's a zinc oxide.
Like in this one with the coffee beans, for example, we see some of a brownish tinge to it and so on. I think there's a couple of other ones that were sort of similar that way. Like this one with the coca beans, it's definitely not just zinc oxide. It would be maybe zinc oxide with some...
What do you mean cocoa beans?
And this is food GANs, all of them.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got it.
Right, so I'm wondering if the food GANs, like here's coconut sugar, it's really a pretty slimy kind of looking stuff. Now this looks more like a zinc oxide or something like that. It's charcoal tablets, strangely enough. We see some brown with the incense. Soybeans.
Whatever your material you put in there, you have to consider. Even you put the fruit, what that fruit mostly contains. You have to go, Google it and see what that fruit contains. Zinc, iron, or magnesium. You just have to understand whatever you put in that container and you create GANs. Now you have to consider everything, whatever materials you put on it, because now you're releasing in a GAN state, you will carry that field.
Okay, thank you.
Now I can say another way. sort of whichever way intuitionally that resonates with you, the size of the cup, size of the materials that you're going to use, whichever way you calculate it in your mind, and that you think that is the right thing, use that. First, use that. See how it goes, how it works for you. That is the sort of the intuition. That is just what it is. I could open it more up, but that's just the key of it. Use the way you wish first, and then compare it, and then eliminate it, and then you will find your own way beautifully, peacefully. And that's a peaceful teach peace. That's what it writes there. I just read it. Thank you.
Okay. Have we addressed that sufficiently? Is there any other questions on that topic?
I got a lot smarter, so thank you.
Thank you.
Armen.
Thank you for bringing it up, Eva, and showing your strange GANS coatings. It's very, very nice pictures too. Good detail. Thank you for that.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you. That was beautiful. And can I leave now?
Yes, teacher, you may leave now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Armen.
Welcome. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that was pretty cool. Okay, what else do people have to offer here? I'll have to resort to showing old movies.
I think Mark showed something in this little video window.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get an elbow in there at one point. What about it, Mark? Do you have something you want to show there?
Well, just because we were talking about the salt and the salt crystals is what I had up, I still have it up here. I'll show you.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. Okay, so what do we have here now?
This is the bottom. Well, this was just a catch container of mine on the bottom. When I for the bottom of all my containers that I'm making my GANS in. Okay, and just because my containers leak, I put a catch container underneath it, and I don't really pay attention to it. In the first couple of runs, I never paid attention to it. I just would rinse it out, and they're catch containers because it was overfill or I put too much water in it and it would leak out. But it was just funny because we were talking about salt, and everybody's talking about the salt. That there was a picture on Facebook that some guy said or showed a salt crystal that was completely perfect square, and I was just and in my then I said, well, that's pretty cool looking. So that made me look in the bottom of my containers because I'm 30 days out, I'm ready to wash out and get out to clean up for my next run of material. So I looked on the bottom of my container, of my catch container, and there's gazillions of these little cubes of salt. They're perfect squares, thousands of them, millions of them, if you want to say, in just this little hexagon I don't know. Can you see it? Or should I try to?
Yeah, well, you can see there, especially in the center void in the middle there, there's a few individual little cubes. You can see the sharp edges of the cubes, actually. It's quite a beautiful picture that way.
So I said to myself, why does salt, you know, because I tried to download a thing on my phone for as a microscope, because I don't have a microscope. But as I got closer to them, they look like towards me, looking down in the container, because I got it upright right now with light coming through it. They're pyramids. They're actual four-sided pyramids of crystals growing upward. So if I was looking down in the bottom of the container, those four-sided crystals are actually a pyramid.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. Does that make sense to you?
Well, it does in the sense that for certain nanostructures, you want to have those pyramid structures. You can actually create them with a certain process with the copper oxide and get a black copper oxide that is actually tiny little pyramids. And to me, that's the ultimate goal, actually, is to create that structure inside of I'll say a copper sphere that's rotating, because those little tiny pyramids actually create a vortex of energy at the tip of the pyramid, of the nanostructured pyramid, and it only occurs on that particular nano level because of the structure. So yeah, if you're able to create little tiny pyramids, now of course this is quite a bit actually bigger than the molecular or nano size, because if it's nano pyramids we wouldn't be able to see them, they'd be so small.
Well, that's the red part is CH3 that's dripped out. I had one, like I told you last week, I had one container that did whatever it wants, and this is what it gave out. It dropped a lot of CH3 in there in the salt.
Mm-hmm.
So can you see let me see if I can't just get the squares.
Oh yeah, we see more squares there now. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying all those little squares are pointy at the other end?
They're all pointing towards me.
Which is away from our screen, like into the screen?
Yes,
rather?
They're coming towards the screen.
Right, I see.
So if I flip the container to the side here, if I had a microscope and I cut all this off and we looked at it this way,
Mm-hmm.
you know, through the container, we could see that they grew in a pyramid shape. They're going up this way. So
Right.
I'm just trying to show you, you know, how perfect the squares are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice.
And that's just salt.
Yeah, well, that's fairly normal for salt to grow in that square crystal shape. So that's more or less normal. That's the way salt is. If you were to buy processed salt and look at it, it would be little cubes.
Okay,
basically.
cool.
But usually, I don't know about the pointy end. I don't know if it usually has a pointy end. That's kind of interesting, but...
Well, like I said, I don't have a microscope, but if I was looking at it, you know, I kept on examining it, because we're supposed to look at everything, right? This week for me, it was half, because I'm moving, because I have to work with the GANS right now. My GANS is ready to come out of the container, so it wasn't more. This week was half GANS and half mechanical. I got mechanical on the other side behind me, but it was just unusual.
I noticed a couple of things. Well, first of all, look at there's a funny squiggly thing leading the entire coloration on that lower right part of the screen there. You got a big black thing, and then this little squiggly thing at the right at the leading edge there. You see that? It looks like a little hair or something, but maybe it's a living organism of some sort. It could be a little worm-like thing, or maybe it is just a thread, I don't know. But then if you zoom back, what I noticed originally when you zoom back and look at the big picture of the whole thing, like you did originally, yeah, and even yeah, like that. Now, what I noticed is the spiral effect, where it sort of has a rotational spiral look to it with the center hole where you can see through, and it seems to be spiraling around basically that center hole. Was there anything in that center hole? Is it raised or lowered or something? What's different about that? Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
No, I broke it.
Oh.
I popped it.
Well, that explains it all. So much for
Here,
my
but you
fancy
have a
theory
very good
about the
point. Now, let me show
vortex.
you. Here's the other one that looks like what you're trying to explain is a center point, and I didn't break it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Mark, if you would like to have a bigger crystal, just leave it for several months, and those crystals used to grow.
Yeah, in fact, what you can do is pick out the largest crystals that you see now, like with tweezers, and put them in a separate container with salt water, and you can actually grow those crystals into the bigger ones. And then select out of those and start growing big crystals, basically, out of a selective process.
So, but I know that I can flake this out now because I have another one. I have 3 of these, and I picked at this one here. And that's just pure salt, and it was the farthest end, it didn't have any CH3, but it comes out in layers. And this one still had the crystals in it.
Well, definitely whatever you add to that salt, like the iron, for example, will change the structure, and instead of being the NaCl, which is a very much structured, cube, it's always a cube, and that's all it likes to be, basically. You start adding other elements into it, then it can stretch and change the shape of that cube.
Well, I thought that was interesting because, because up here, I'm ready to move all this stuff out now. It's been 30 days from this start to finish, and all my CHs, all my GANSs are ready to go now to be washed and everything, So like this week had to really think about what I'm doing here and get away from what I was mechanically doing last week.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a total different.
Of...
It's a different process, isn't it, in terms of one's thinking and one's how one approaches it, because you're dealing with the GANSs is sort of like cooking in a way, whereas dealing with the mechanical stuff is more like plumbing or electrical or something like that. And
right.
Cooking and plumbing are 2 different things, basically.
But you have to be able, you have to take that hat off and put this hat on.
That's right. We're cooks, we're plumbers, we're electricians, we're rocket scientists. We do it all, and that's the beauty of this technology, is you can do it all, and you can actually learn all these different aspects, and at least in its rudimentary, elementary basis, and the more you penetrate whatever area that you have the interest in and abilities and the wherewithal or whatever, then that's where the attention goes, and where attention goes, energy flows, and all of a sudden you got a whole bunch of GANSs sitting on your shelf. So that's pretty cool. Shander's showing something here.
Roadrunner, username Roadrunner on Facebook, just share this in the Romanian Keshe study group.
Okay.
So he also had a similar observation recently. He has forgotten for about 2 months a container in which he made some GANS, and this is what he found there. So beautiful salt crystals.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Some big ones in there, it looks like. I'm not sure how big the container is, but And they are showing a very predominant sort of pyramid shape as well. They are tapered toward the top, which to me
salt usually makes cubic crystals, but depending of the material which is doping it, it changes its shape accordingly and also color.
That's the
So here
exact word.
Yes.
Yes.
Using the gold plate.
Pardon me, using the gold plate? Is that what you said?
Yes, he made the GANS of gold.
Ah.
GANS with the help of gold, because that's not a gold GANS, unless he uses 2 gold plates.
Right, but sometimes the salt or the other crystals might tend to take the gold structure when they form because of the seed. The seed material is so important in growing crystals. They'll tend to adopt or adapt to the initial seed material and grow from there, basically. So this looks different.
You see beautiful variety of colored gems, like diamonds or rubies, smaragds, etc. So rubies and smaragds are basically such aluminum silicates, but depending of the material which is alloyed with, it has a red or a green color.
I wonder what the color of this was. It has a greenish tinge to the picture, but the picture might be, you know, it's kind of difficult to say what the actual.
Not a wide balanced picture. It's not a color calibrated camera.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I have here some, maybe I had shown that earlier. Just let me start my video. Some light is needed and some focus. Better I move the camera instead of moving this tray. Just a second, I'm taking it off. Just a second. Oh, you can see such big crystals formed. It was a small experiment for making some kind of GANS, and I left it without refilling the water.
It's so not there. Now it's focusing now. Yeah.
You can find all kinds of shapes. It's amazing.
Yeah, it looks like you could start a chemistry set from all those different materials.
Yeah, when I was kid, I had patience to grow big crystals.
Mm-hmm.
Just it's not good in this house where I live because I'm on the 5th floor, and usually you need a place without vibrations to grow regular crystals. It's the best to have them in a cellar, underground, where it's less with vibration, not near the highway, just to make a concentrated salt solution and to hang in a jar and hang into a small silk thread, a thin thread, which has a little knot on it or anything which becomes a focus, starting point for creating the first seed of the crystal. And then you have patience, several months. So in 6 months I have grown such a almost an egg-size copper sulfide blue crystal.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go get my crystal. Just keep talking here. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I have a small video. I may show that. Yesterday I emptied my used boxes which I use for GANS. Let me stop my video and start sharing. Just a second to navigate to the video. Share sound. And let's start. Hello. This is a plastic container which I used for collecting some copper oxide GANS. I removed the plates and I let the contents dry. what is very interesting that during the process of collecting the GANS, a lot of salt has been accumulated on the sides of the box. And you see these are very nice salts. So it's called also flour of the salt. So let's see a bit how thick it is. It's interesting that the water never reached the top of the box, yet a lot of salt got out of the box and restructured on outside. So let's see what happens here. I have here a wooden stick. It's pretty hard. It's a crust of salt. And it's adhering very strongly. So what kind of forces work and move the salt and align it on the box, on the surface of the plastic of the box? It's quite an impressive quantity. I think next time I will add the salt which I put inside, and I will let it run out like this time, and I will make sure I weigh again the quantity of salt which is harvested again. Look at this. Here it made a small cavity between the salt and the plastic. It's amazing. Some beautiful sunflowers. So if anyone has any opinion, anything to share regarding to this, so please comment on the video.
Just say that salt this time, next time gold. If you had that pile of gold, that'd be awesome.
That would be nice. Chipping gold off your container.
Outside, still
I think it's amazing how the salt can do that, and it's almost like it wants to get out of the container.
The salt creeping out of plastic boxes is known, but the mechanism are not very much known. So what causes the salt to climb out of the box and to settle on the edges, on the sides? So for my bad English. And now let's see what's inside. On the walls there is also a very thin layer of salt.
That's amazing. How long did it take for that to happen, Sandor?
Here we had also some copper oxide GANS, which dried. It's not so much salt inside the box, most of the salt is outside. Look at the quantity. This was collected from outside. Anyone come with an explanation? And what's inside? We have some beautiful salt crystals, which we can recognize by the beautiful cubic form, cubic shape. Sodium chloride is a table salt used to make such a beautiful cubic crystals. Let's see how to remove that. So originally all the salt was inside of the box, and now that's outside and this is inside. And I should use a plastic ball to scrape it off. So now what's interesting that you see on the left side the quantity of salt which was outside. So this was, oh sorry, this is a different drawing tool. This is the salt from the outside. And this was the salt from the inside. I waited it later. The salt which creeped out of the box was maybe 2 times more than the salt left inside. 2.5 times more salt came out. So now the big question is, what forces are making the salt to walk out of the box? So this happens even if you have no GANS. Of course, if you put some salt in a plate or in a box and you put some water just to keep it moist, you will see over several weeks and months that the salt grows outside. But what's interesting, I had 3 boxes used for making GANS, the 3 kind of GANS, CH3, CO2 and copper oxide, and the most of the salt which came out, it was from the copper oxide box. Not so much on the others. On the others, mainly the salt was just reaching to the edge of the box, and here most of the salt just walked outside. So has anybody any idea? So this is a challenge.
No, just can confirm that I've found I've had bigger crystals growing on COU containers that are dried out than any other. I just noticed one, yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, what energies are working inside? Meanwhile, somebody asked on Poliatut Maguiman asked on the chat. So how I made the salt? So I put salt in the water. I had salt water, and I had 2 plates, a copper plate and a nano-coated copper plate. I made GANS with it. And after I finished harvesting the GANS, and it was not much producing, I just let it dry. I didn't touch it for maybe a month or 2. And this is what I found. Meanwhile, the box was drying. Most of the salt just walked out of the box. But let's let Rick to show us something. I see he has prepared something very interesting.
Well, this is my little salt experiment that I did several months ago now, and I just let it sit, and it's been very interesting with I used borax actually. Borax is a laundry additive you can get in a grocery store. It's what is it again? Sodium borate, I think is what borax is, and so it makes quite an interesting crystal structure. And what happened was this all originally was maybe a 1/4 of an inch at the bottom of the container to start with, and then as the water evaporated and so on, the salt actually started growing upward. It forms air pockets. Like there's, for example, you can see I can poke right down inside of here. This piece here is almost like a wave that came up. It's I don't know if I can get that any closer. Maybe I can try to see if we can zero in on that a bit, but my camera won't focus much closer. Yeah, it's kind of losing a bit of focus here actually. But suffice to say, if I move it around, you can see, you can actually see in behind here. It goes there. You can see the shadow of the stick in behind going right through here. This is all, it's, you know, fairly hard, but it's like a little chamber that's formed inside there, and there's other various pockets through all this crystal. I put in some other things, just other crystals. This is a copper wire wrapped quartz crystal, and another piece of nano-coated wire that has been in there for a while. That's kind of lasting pretty good. And there's a brass ball. I wanted to see what the effect that was. And here's an interesting little piece, actually. It's a copper wire. I thought it would nano-coat or do something, but it's actually maintained its bright copper, but with some kind of real green crusty coating in various spots. So I thought that was interesting that it didn't tend to coat the whole thing. You think that copper in a relatively corrosive environment with all this salt, borax salt, it would tend to do something to the copper. On the other hand, this other guy here, he really got coated with I put this in a salt solution, of a borax solution, and it started coating. As you can see, the bottom part of this coil actually went all the way down here, but the bottom part got completely, almost completely covered in the crystal. Now it's interesting that I say almost, in that there's actually, it's hard to get this in place here, there's actually a hollow core that goes right through this crystal. So it's a means of growing a crystal with a hollow core, which could be interesting, and with a coil of nano-coated wire in the center of it. So that might come in handy one day to create some kind of crystal plasma chamber in the center core of this structure. And you could fill that, of course, with some other material, or it could be a place where the plasma gathers, you might say. So all in all, it's been great fun, and it's pretty neat growing crystals. I put some different GANSs in, put food coloring in and whatnot, and some of that is it's interesting how the coloring, you can't see on the video so much, but it's got some bluish and it's actually purplish tinge along here, and it comes out on the very edge of the salt. It seems to migrate to that little wave sort of curl edge that you see here, and the rest of it is more white down in the lower areas. Here's another example right here of I've got a little bug, a fly that's decided there's a bug that's decided to hide out here. Look at this guy here. Come on. He flew in there just now, apparently. Seems to not be affected too adversely by it. But anyway.
Does anybody know how to make a GANS of borax? I tried just mixing borax with the lye crystals and poured water on it, but it all seemed to dissolve and nothing precipitated out.
Right. Well, that's a good point. I'm not sure exactly. I know you can extract the boron from borax if you wish to, and then maybe you can make GANS of that material. Maybe there's a different process with borax. It's like it's already a salt. Maybe you'd have to use special plates in order to get a GANS out of it.
I didn't know that you can make GANS of salts, but salts are used for making GANS as a medium. Borax is a salt of the boric acid. It's called also sodium tetraborate.
Tetraborate, that's the word, yes. It actually has some interesting qualities, borax, and interesting history. It was advertised by Ronald Reagan, who later went to become a president, but he was a borax soap advertiser, basically. And it's interesting in terms of what they use in, what they wish to use in an inertial confinement fusion reactor is borax, or boron rather, because of its qualities, as it doesn't give off radioactive byproducts, I think is the way it goes in a boron reactor. It's actually very safe way to do a fusion reaction. So maybe we can take advantage of that somehow. Here's another crystal structure here, and here's another conglomeration of stuff, different GANSs and coils and whatnot, just to see how it grows. It is interesting if you were to look at this little guy here, and some of the other pieces have there's actually like all these pieces are like little islands. They're floating. You can see if I touch them, if I touch one, it'll sort of crush and fall down to the bottom. They're like little crystal islands that are supported by just a few little pillars of material, and then if you touch it, it more or less just falls apart. Very delicate structures. And some of the structures have actually embedded this coil, so it's one with the crystal structure right now. I can't even well, I can kind of extract it really difficultly, and it's still coated all along the bottom part of the coil in really sparkly crystals from the borax and other components of that. Look at it wiggling. I wonder, nano-coated wire with certain kinds of crystals on it vibrating in the with a certain frequency. Who knows what could happen? Sounds like a recipe for some sort of action. Okay, Mark, did you have something you wanted to show there? Your video's on. Shall we check that out? Or is this a previous one?
No, we were just sorry. We were just talking about the outgrowth of salt.
Mm-hmm.
One of my containers.
Right.
You know, and that what you're looking at there. Here, maybe I can get a little bit more clear. Is that right there is just the. It was pretty cool looking. It's the end of the I have a nano-coated wire, and then nano-coated this way, wire. I don't use any electricity, just air and water and salt and everything. But this thing was really cool. This is the end, and this next one here was the live end, which connects to this one, which is the CO2. This is the CuO. But it made a really cool, I don't know if I can show it.
It's sort of a bridge going on there, right? Or
yeah, like it wanted to talk to each other.
What's the black part in the? I see it like, is it red? Is that some iron or some CH3 or something? What is that black chunk in there?
Let's see, black chunk here on this side.
On the left side, actually. It looks like the other one might have it as well, like a matching thing.
Yeah, those are the ends of the nano-coated wires that I have that are holding up.
Oh, I see. Okay, right. Yeah, they're like reaching out to each other or something.
Yeah, like they wanted to talk to one another.
Yeah.
That's a hollow, it's like, if you look at it, they're both hollow.
Right.
Like the nano end is open, but the salt grew around it to where it still had air.
Yeah, yeah, that's some of my structures are like that. It's like the fields, the salt follows a certain field structure that has a hollow center structure.
Yeah, and it actually made almost a perfect hollow structure.
Hmm.
Come on. I can't get to it. Or maybe if I just turn the container a little bit.
Oh, you're separating friends there. They may
I
not
did,
like
but
that.
they're coming apart tomorrow anyway.
Okay. Yeah, you can see some interesting coloration on that one on the right. It's got the reds and purple, or turquoise and green and blue.
Yeah, they wanted to talk to one another. They just grew. They were very close, and the energy just went from one side to the other.
Doesn't that look like an open mouth as well? It's like it's trying to
Feed me.
talk.
I don't know. It was pretty cool. Everything's observation, right?
Well, that's right. It's attention to detail, and that's something that, you know, most people or some people might miss, or a lot of people. Maybe if someone was really fastidious about cleaning and everything had to be super clean, they would have cleaned up all that nasty salt concentration on the outside of the container and so on and keep it all clean, right? But due to our curiosity and the conditions, we happen to see this and notice it and let it go because it's kind of cool.
So yeah, so I'm changing out everything. Whoop, whoop.
Do they all have some salt build up on them? I see some others there do too.
Just a touch.
Mm-hmm.
Like here's the CuO. CH3 or CuO, CO2. CH3, because they're all coming apart right now. So
there's less on the CH3, I think, like was mentioned earlier. Right?
see, I don't use any electricity, and that was one question I had to ask everybody. That you know how Mr. Keshe talks about the fatty acid or the amino acids that are supposed to be made on the top. These don't have any, because I don't use electricity. I used to use electricity, and it used to be real fat and bubbly all over the top, but I don't use it anymore. And these are all just like clean as a whistle on the top.
How often do you empty the GANS? How often do you harvest?
30 days.
I understand. So usually this fat on the top or these amino acids appear when you leave some GANS inside, which changes the conditions.
If I leave some GANS inside each container?
Yeah. If you don't empty the GANS, then it will start forming the amino acids on the top.
Well, this is the third run for these containers, and I don't clean them. I just, you know, I pour out, and then I actually use a lot of the leftover water that I've made from each one back in.
I understand. If you pour it out, it will change totally the thing. So I use always a syringe or a pump to take out only the GANS from the bottom, and I leave the liquid.
Yep, I've done that too. That's a nice way to do it. And these containers were nano-coated with the heat-treated 165 degrees with caustic. So I know that the actual plastic can breathe. You know, it's breathing. And same thing with the air tube. I nano-coated the air tube in the same caustic at 160 degrees. And so I know that everything's nano-coated, so that everything is in a good, clean condition.
I see that something. Are you using an air bubbler?
Yes.
That makes the difference. That's why you have no amino acid, because that's stirring it up all the time. And the amino acids, as it is formed, it gets dissolved in the water.
Yes, I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
I learned that now.
Yeah,
So
if you want amino acid, just don't stir it. Don't use the bubbler on some boxes which you use only for making GANS with amino acid.
So yes,
Yep.
so you answered my question because on my second run here, if you look underneath, you know, if I put light behind everything, you look up, every time I cleaned it, if you clean the GANS, and you look up through it, the amino, I don't care how many times you wash it, amino acid is starting to form on the top of it. And you can see it. It's not a lot, but it's there. So I don't question that anymore.
We have somebody, Cosmo Vision, with their hand up. If they have a question, perhaps, or something you want to say, Cosmo.
No. I haven't a question on this, but I just wanted to present in some new points of vision on plasma physics, and so I'm waiting the discussion.
That's fine because I have to move to this. Hello, my name is Mark from Detroit, Michigan. And who are you?
My name is Danilo. I'm Italian.
Oh, hi. And I don't mean to hog the whole thing. And it just so happens, you know, if you leave your camera on and you just want to, that's how, what was the thing we were supposed to say, breaker, breaker?
breaker, yeah, and
Yes,
then over.
yeah. If you want, I can share my screen and I can talk about what I
Yeah,
think I have discovered.
That would
sure.
be great. That'd
Let's
be
go for
enjoyable
it.
because I got my I do I'm by myself, so I do my work. I had to split my work this week, so I just wanted to show you. Everybody wants to see the mechanical part of what the ending part of what I had to do. So it'll take me a while to set up what I got to do for the next part. So it'd be great to see what you have.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. So I can go?
Yeah, just put on your video, and I'll set it up here so it's seen.
Yeah. Just one moment, please.
Okay.
Do you see?
Yeah, we see your screen share.
Okay. I want to talk about model that I have studied, that I discovered in
First of
last.
all, before we start, do you have any images that you took off the internet?
Yeah.
Okay, then we can't show your presentation until you get rid of the images that you've taken off the internet.
Are you seeing that image on the of the hexagon?
Is that your drawing or one that you've taken off the internet?
No, it's my drawing.
Okay, that's fine. If there's anything from the internet, then we can't show
No,
it unless.
there is and there's
Okay,
and from the internet. I write this document to
perfect.
follow a line for my disclosure.
Perfect, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I've studied for these last 3 years about Keshe Foundation, and I read the 3 books of the Professor Keshe, and how can I tell it? I followed a different line, a personal line for my study, and I think I have found the model of breathing of the living beings, and this on the screen is the my personal view of how to replicate it in the reality. So I want to start by talking about the general view that that I built it, and an analyzing of the information that we had. So I start from the start. So we work with the GANS and nanomaterials. Nanomaterials and GANS act like superconductor and subresistance. What does this mean? Somebody we knows, somebody knows. This means that when they interact with each other, they do it on the same level of energy, having an interaction that can be defined by means of a simple plus or minus. This is my personal view. I think you will understand after. Different is the case in which two nanomatters are on the same near strength, in which case they produce a new ambient known by us as the black spot on the surface of the sun or the black hole. Structures that act as the recyclers of matters and fields that have an output that is composed by the matters and fields but compressed in an higher density of fields, as explained by the Professor Keshe on the third book, The Creation of the Universe, that I have translated in Italian for a better understanding of it. We know that the base materials which our conscience is composed are CO2, CH3, and CO2, and that are the materials that you are working on. So I went to analyze the work of our GANs. The professor has explained that the three matters have specific function in our bodies. The CO2 is the base matters of the conscience, the CH3 is the matter level of our soul, and the CO2 is the base matters of our physicality. They can be GANs in our body, or they can be simply fields of that energy level. That is what I believe. I believe that is embedded in the DNA in a quantum level. So in a way, we don't work by the mind, by the cerebrum, but there are fields that connect every part of the body, and every part of the body know how to work. In some way, know is history, and so know how to work. We are constantly connected to our star, the sun, but at the same time we are connected with the central black hole, or the principal star of the galaxy, which is connected to the central principal star of the universe that interacts with other universe and so on. But I just focusing on our galaxy, that is a really big entity. In a way, we have to be connected to them all by means of our star. I've made a base hypothesis for which the CO2 is not a stable version, but a matter state that encapsulates our divine being, our stellar being, which is the H3, hydrogen in stellar form, that can be found only in the stars. So it can vary from 42 to 48. This means that we possess a fraction of the star itself, as we are grown in a system formed by our central sun, in interaction with Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and the extreme of our solar system formed by the smaller planets and the asteroids. The first planet in the interaction is Mercury, which atmosphere is based upon sodium and helium. About this, I want to tell I want to take again the images that I've seen before with you, having the boxes totally nano-coated by salt. And in this, I see the functioning of our planetary system, of our solar system, because Mercury is the first planet in the interaction with the sun, which atmosphere is based upon sodium and helium. The helium is excited by the principal energy of the sun, and it becomes energized helium, because the sun already has helium. And extreme ultraviolet helium permit the flow of creating energy. So the sodium, yes, it's really important for our living on the planet. In particular, we are between two planets, Venus and Mars, which both possess an atmosphere at nearly 95% of CO2, influencing the model of life present of the Earth. So the structure that the conscience have to take to live on the Earth. Our atmosphere breathing is based on a layer of nitrogen present in the mesosphere, which is a part of our sky which is too high for aircraft and too low for spacecraft. It is, in a way, the demarcation level between attraction and repulsion. This was just a prologue to my model to comprehend in the best way the ambient in which we live and so our functioning. That's the same speculation as you made about the box, the CH bond that the box possess, and it's important for the production of the CO2 and the amino acid, because it's part of the ambient. Creation that it's up to you. Oh yeah. The matters have to be considered as plasma. What does this mean? Let's examine the atom of hydrogen. For example, it has one proton and one electron. Both are plasmas. The positioning of the proton is dictated by the electron, and so in reverse. The value of the plasma of the hydrogen is 1 proton, 1 electron, 2 plasma. Using that knowledge, I tried to build a model that permits to vision the functioning model of our life. And so I let you see that, and if you want, I continue to talk and start talking about that model, or if there are some questions.
Yes, I have a question. Is this hypothesis or did you build this?
No, I have not built this, but Justice Meat have built it, and we are going to.
Well, whose model is this? Whose model is this that you put this together from?
This model for me is the connection between the physicality of our conscience.
Did you put this model together yourself?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Thanks.
It's a pyramid.
Thanks. There are some questions?
How would you build it?
Imagination and thinking, searching, analyzing information.
We do that all day, every week. We're just trying to learn how to build things here.
Yeah.
It's a good model on paper, but man, structurally or materially, to try to structurally put something like that together, that's a lot of work.
I think that that model works, and there are several application for it.
I'm sure there is, but you got to make it work first. You got to put it together. Where would you start, or how would you start?
Yeah, if you want, I'll make you see later the real product, the real model.
Okay, well, we're going through the theory now. He has the practical applications, so will come later is the idea, I guess. Okay, let's carry on.
Okay. In these models, several things that can be noted. At the top of the pyramid sits our stellar being, that is the H3. We know that on the Earth, the hydrogen is present in the simple way of H2, and it is bonded with the oxygen, and the water is most abundant element on our Earth, and it represents the ambient condition of the hydrogen, the best solution in some ways, but in the stars, and so in our mind, it has a different form, that is H3. The three base matters are positioned on the first level of the pyramid, if you can see. The byproduct of two matters is obtained by a simple modular subtraction. 42 minus 18 is 24, magnesium. Because magnesium has 12 protons and 12 electrons. So I counted the active part of the matter, not counting the neutrons. Thing that I do later, and I will explain for that particular value, that is hydrogen. Hydrogen, isotope hydrogen of 4 type. So 3 added neutron. It can be noted the presence of magnesium. That is an important element to maintain our energy level good, and phosphor. That is the base matter of our DNA. More important, we see a triangle of silicium, which is the base matter of our tissues that encapsulate oxygen, which is the matter that effectively transports the energy to our stellar being. There is a couple of nitrogen, which helps the absorption of the oxygen by the organism. That is known because in the oxygen chamber, they also use some nitrogen for helping the breathing, the absorption of oxygen. And on the right side, on 2 different levels, and 2 hydrogen 4, which is really unstable outside the body environment. But we know that inside the body environment, the plasma condition, it works at 0 condition level, so in a superconductor and subresistor way. I tried to vision the transportation of energy from the lower side of the pyramid to the top. In few words, our way to break. So live, so thrive. So how the energy comes from our physical part of our conscience, our experience, to our higher being, in a way. So in first analysis, this is the most clear structure inside the model. From my knowledge, the silicium acts as a trap for the energy, which can maximum. And this is the why of the, I don't know how to call them, maximum at the level of the oxygen. So what happens during this charge process? the level of the energy accumulated inside the silicium trap will first reach the level of the nitrogen, because nitrogens come first before oxygen. Nitrogen is 14, oxygen is 16, and nitrogen permits super transport on the higher level of the pyramid without really gives the flow of the oxygen level. This is what I visioned. Watching at the model, we see that we have silicium at the level of this nitrogen, and this nitrogen have to communicate with another oxygen. So the nitrogen permits to upgrade the level of the interaction in a way it gets compressed. So the oxygen yes, it acts as a gate opener for the energies. And see in this the reason why the nitrogen is so important for our regular routine of breathing. So when the energy level inside the silicium trap arrives to 16, the oxygen level, it interacts with the oxygen in the center of the pyramid, this oxygen. As the professor has explained in the third book, when two magravs of the same strength interact, they create a phenomenon just as the dark spots on the sun and the principal stars, black holes. Its energy is being converted in a more dense form and reduced in the minimum terms. In this way, it can excitate the hydrogen 4 and so translate the energy in basic fields that our stellar being can absorb at the level of hydrogen. So on the top, I see the same trap configuration as the silicium. So there are 4 cases that can occur.
Excuse me, may I ask?
Question? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. Are you quoting things from the Dr. Keshe's books?
What? Excuse me.
Are you quoting things that you read from the Keshe, Dr. or Mr. Keshe's books?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Some are my speculation on what Keshe write on the books, because he has explained in a deep way the functioning of the black holes, dark spots, and
yes, I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify. We're listening.
Yeah.
But you know,
I was clarifying too.
Thank you.
Other question? Okay. So there are 4 cases that can occur. As this is same as the silicium trap, it can the sensor value can reach the maximum value of the hydrogen 4, because it's the biggest energy involved in. So the first case is which H inside and H outside are compressed because they are equal. So the flow from the H4 is permitted to the H3 because it's bigger than H3, with the resultant of H in direction of our conscience. Second case, it's H2. which H2 and H are subtracted, and the resulting H that is in the center balances the H4 and H3, and it is a condition of equilibrium. The third case in which H3 and H3 are compressed, and the H4 and the H are subtracted, and the resultant is an H3 in direction of our physicality. The fourth case is the H4, in which the two are compressed, and the H3 flow through the H, permitting the flow of H2 through the physicality, with condensed bonding with the oxygen in H2O. So in this model, in this top of the pyramid, I see the fourth stage of our pulse beating, heart beating, that are more than the heart beating of the animals, that have a higher frequency of beating, but lesser phases. If someone has a question, or if I going to the way of application.
Have you prepared this presentation for this, program, or have you prepared it? How'd you come up with all this? Like, it's really nice to listen to you, but it's all being prepared. I see very, very well. Precisely. It's quite nice, actually, but would like to know, how'd you come up with all this? Like, where do you base all that?
Speculations and studying, because I read the 3 books and tried to extrapolate the model. I in some way had think about it this last half and a year. So
okay,
and now I have a presentation. So.
Wonderful, thank you. It's so good to hear all this.
Thanks.
Beautiful, thank you so much, sir. Go ahead. I mean, I was just wondering about a detail, so don't worry about me. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, someone wants some clarification. Okay.
Let's go ahead into the practical applications and so on here.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I don't know enough to be able to evaluate the, I mean, I understand it's a hypothesis, and you've made assumptions of certain things along the way that I don't know enough about this to be able to evaluate, nor do I need to do that. But just, have you put this presentation together to present to Mr. Keshe? Are you going to get an evaluation, or?
Yeah, I think he will see that. So I've made the presentation for.
Yeah, I hope so. And fantastic work. You know, like thank you for presenting it and sharing it. You know,
Thanks.
that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thanks to you that listen to me. So I'm going on. This model shall demonstrate the ever-circling flow of energy of our being. But in which way can we tap into it and utilize it? By my opinion, through the replication of the structure or the first level of the pyramid. Watching better at the first level, we see that the matters encircling themselves. We see we have 2 CO2 on the extremities, 1 CO2 on the center, and there are the CH3 that encapsulate the center CO2 and encapsulate themselves, because if we see a circle, we see the interaction. This is reproducible. The following drawing is the physical model of the reactor, because we see the central circle, the two circles that circulate themselves, and the external CO2. Yes, I know, we don't see the central CO2. I will explain later. Where all the spheres are ping pong balls filled with GANS and H2O in rotation by means of motor, or static reactors with copper wire structure, as we've seen in these days, nano-coated with the specific GANS coated with the specific matters, or with a ping pong ball position in the center. So the black are the CO2, the red CH3, and blue CuO2. This way, the first level of the pyramid is replicated, and so the interaction. I don't know how many times I read and translated these words from the book of Keshe between them. So the interaction can be replicated. In this reactor, we will have the same silicium trap, the same nitrogen level upper, the same oxygen transporter, and the same stellar beam, because the interaction between the level of the model, so the magnesium, the CO, the CO2, the silicium, and so on, can be replicated because are part of themselves. It's a circle. Now we have to maybe understand more the transportation and the real behavior of the energies, that maybe I am wrong about it, but I just want to understand more. So all is open. This is not a perfect model. It is my personal vision. So this is why we can talk about it freely and try to understand it more. So
looks great. Good work, man. Honestly, it's just a superb detail and wonderful attachment. And I'm just a listener here, and I would listen hours and hours more, honestly. And it's great work. Please keep up the good work, brother.
I think we will have time to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
So in fact, I'm not watching this model as a non-animated object, but as a living being on its own, because it has its own interaction level that are similar of ours. So
true. It has to be approached and respected as equal as yourself. And every creation, and that's so true. So yes, that's right.
Yeah, that's my mind. So if a human sits in the center of the course with its conscience, it closes the circuit of the first level of the pyramid, permitting the flow of the energy through the external magnetosphere to the inside. In a way, protecting from the external environment, and so furnishing every element we need. So the magnesium, the potassium for our DNA, and so on. Maybe go under this model, so create a model that take the interaction lower than the CO2 level. So the conscience, we maybe, I don't know, because I haven't to do it.
No, go back to your own model. That's what we're talking
Yeah.
about right now.
So
That's
no,
just what it
yeah.
is.
Yes, there are some only some transportation tip because there is a way for my vision to utilize these models to the transportation the higher speeds on the earth.
That's a great point, and transportation as well as all the other things that you have explained. It's better to be explained. Well, they all sound to me. Well, I make sense to it, but well, the other people, are they making sense to it? Like, could you please divide it into sections and wider sections, whereas you explain it in more details? That would be much better. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Yes, if I prefer if there are questions about a specific part.
Well, the transportation is something where, I mean, you came to a point where you explained that, and it's
the transportation tip.
That's right.
Yeah. For me, this model is also applicable for transport using aluminum GANS externally from the CO2. I believe it will give an instant lift from the planet because of its atmosphere. This is because we see the moon rotating around the Earth without any motors, and it's composed principally by silicium and aluminum and oxygen. As the silicium condition is provoked inside the reactor because we have the interaction inside the model, since we don't see it appears in the model, the aluminum condition, it has to be provoked by the outside. So I believe that this model can be really helpful to the alimentation of the organic system by its substitute with various applications in the health section. And with aluminum had a great solution for the transportation on Earth for the future. And that's it. If someone wants to go deep in a part, just ask. Just question.
Well, general question comes with without the detail of all the information. Well, first of all, thank you so much. It enlightened me in a way that I wasn't expecting it, honestly, from this hour, and I thought it was going to be something totally else. But I would love you to put those into a sort of models, and where you could actually build something out of that, perhaps, and wouldn't it be amazing to see it? Because all these is so overwhelming, as too much information, and to my understanding, amazingly, and I get a bit by bit, and then just try to in an order. But I'm sure you have more enlightening ways to show it. Like, I can see some photos there, but I don't know whose photos are they.
Yes, this is the real model.
Okay.
It has been produced by the Justice Smith, an American guy that helped me a lot by working with me, and so
wonderful.
It was working on it. So I just insert some vision to him to his. So we have working together to have this.
I can pretty much understand what you added to it with all the things that you so far told us, and I'm sure it's up to its point. But what we say, oh yes, just right the moment. That's what we're seeing right now. Okay.
Yes, I call it its mother because it's my mother's birthday today. So
Okay. Oh, so nice. That's wonderful. Okay, yeah, and then what? Give us a bit more hint. I mean, I'm just. Please take it away,
I
sir.
see your. I understand now what the structure we're seeing here is, because if you remember, I showed the structure. I think it was last week of Justin Smith, and he's building a saucer in his garage, basically, and that was the top of the saucer, is what we just saw there. That was the same structure that he was building out of these steel beams and
yeah, I'm trying to open it.
Interesting. I just putting the one and one together on that one. I think I've got some pictures from him. Find them.
Cosmovision, you would probably stop your screen share because we can see your screen.
Yeah, it'd be best to not show your whole screen to us in terms of security.
Yeah. So
let me share something else so that we don't see your screen and all your friends and so on your list there, or change it yourself. Yeah, I'm not sure if that image something that's off the internet. Is it okay? Is that a
yeah, it's an image grabbed from the internet.
Yeah, and is it something that has any copyright on it or not?
I don't know.
Okay, don't show it then. Get it off, please. Thank you. This is what we can't show, is any kind of image like that might have a copyright on it. If you don't have the permission to show it, do not take images off the internet and put them on this show. Because otherwise I might have to go back through and edit the video, and that's a really big deal on a 4-hour video. It takes all day to dick around with it. I don't like to have that happen, so make sure that doesn't happen. We don't want to see your desktop either there, so be careful of that, because it's a security issue where people can find ways to harass you if they see all your personal stuff and so on.
Yeah,
okay. All right, so interesting presentation and ideas here. It's nice seeing the I was surprised with that final tie-in, because if I was, let me see here, if we could just have a look at, where is it here? There it is. Just let me do a screen share here for a bit.
Yeah.
Of some of Justin's work. Let me see, where am I?
I was just going to ask, are you going to test your hypothesis, or are you a theorist? You know, are you going to build it to see if that works?
Well, that's what he just showed us. Didn't you see that? Okay, let me show you the pictures, and then you'll understand what we're talking about here. There, I can now share it. Okay, so this is the initial diagram that Justin was using to lay out his structure. And then it got into, these are out of order, so I'll just try to put them in order here. You see it laid out on the garage floor, and there's actually a few more less scribbly picture, let's say, with some rough actual measurements and so on. And we see tape laid out on the garage floor. You know someone's getting serious when they actually have a tape measure and tape and so on stuck out. And now we see things are starting to come together. Okay.
Justin does great work. You know, it's amazing what he's built.
Yeah.
What's the material that we're seeing here?
Well, these are what's used in home construction now. They're like pretend 2x4s, and they're 2x4 galvanized steel, I believe. It's very thin. You can actually cut it with the shears, and you can screw it together as he has here, forming this structure.
Progressing.
And then he gets into, there's another diagram comes up that's kind of cute here. If I can, well, I don't see it here, but it ends up looking like this. You think, what the heck is this? And that ends up, that's the legs. It's the legs for the platform. Oh, that's great. Oh, here's the picture, yeah. And you see a bunch of scribbly things that are supposed to be legs, right? But then they actually manifest as these things. And then they're underneath the craft, and now it's all starting to make sense. And then you see a happy camper there in the middle of it all. It's like, wow, I've done this in my garage, believe it or not.
A great man.
And now we see the next step, which it's interesting because with Justin's things here, he's actually got pictures of his reactor. Let me show that as well here, if I can. Okay, let me get that over here. And okay, just a second here. Get the right pictures up, these ones I believe. And get that into place and do the old screen share trick.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so he's got this reactor that I thought that was going into the center of this spaceship configuration. You can see here's the plate. There's 3 controls. There's 3 motor controls. Looks like, I think it's a brushed motor controllers, 3 of those, and that's what these little controls do here. These are servo controls. And you can see the next picture with these cores. There's actually 3 cores in the reactor. You can see them better here. You have the outer one, which is, I think, the same kind of, now that I see it, the same spheres that I'm working with, that outer one. It's a nice, hard, not hard, but a pliable plastic that's very tough. It's designed to make snow scenes, Christmas scenes, and so on. And you can seal it up, and it's very nice little unit. I was going to show them.
Look like glass, but it looks wonderful. It's
it's clear,
much better than
plastic.
I've ever dreamed of.
And very tough. And then he's got 2 other spheres inside that. So, and each one is controllable. Each of these is controllable, and that's quite a trick. I've been working on that for a while to get it developed myself. So I thought that was, and probably it still is, the core unit of the spaceship configuration that we were just looking at here. This unit that sits, and now we have the. Can we get the picture back, of all the GANS units in your configuration that you had there?
How the structure is going to be nanocoated, I wonder.
The structures, I think that doesn't need to be nano-coated because the atmosphere will
The
go
capsule that
outside.
you're going to create that is going to collapse the whole thing, and then whether it's nanocoated or not, it won't matter at that point. Perhaps is it that?
Yeah, because we can make these with every materials because what that counts is the external magnetosphere that has to be larger than the internal structure.
Right, and it may be that you have to raise the floor, in effect, off the ground in order to allow the fields to go underneath the structure and so on as well. So maybe that is something that to think about there. If that whole structure was on the cement
whole
floor
yeah.
instead of being raised, it would be a different.
Yeah.
The fields would have
Yeah,
more of
maybe.
a hard time getting around the structure. Perhaps one might say. You might want to put insulating feet on the bottom of those electrodes
Legs.
that stick down there. Yeah, call them legs. They're electrodes, basically.
They also need to be inverted in towards the shape is going to be conic, so therefore it's not going to be outward. It should be
Yeah,
perhaps
the shape will gonna be conical as a drop of water because the earth of the man
perfect. So
act as a reactor that interact with the others and so make the pyramid.
that's perfect. Thank you.
So can you show that other picture? Sorry, what was your name again? How do you pronounce your name? It's
Danilo Candida. Danilo.
Danilo. Okay, Danilo.
Yeah, I have
Okay.
write you a message. Check
Yeah,
the messages.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, maybe you could show that picture again that you showed the last picture of the platform.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I share it.
Yeah, I'll stop the share and you can share it again if you don't
Okay.
mind. So the best way to do the screen sharing is to get the picture up on your
Yeah.
screen first and then do the screen share, and that way yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I was just wondering about it. Thanks.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, just leave that up for a minute here. That's
Yeah.
see, it's all starting to make sense now. I
Yeah.
couldn't put two and two together until I noticed the this table structure here looked familiar somehow.
Yeah, the bees, honeybees.
Okay. It also ties into the flower of life, I believe, in that configuration.
Absolutely.
So these are some of the GANS balls that were prepared. These are what, ping
Yeah,
pong balls?
they're going to be prepared.
They're like little eggs waiting to be hatched.
What?
Like little eggs waiting to be a dozen eggs waiting to be
Okay,
hatched.
yeah.
Are they a dozen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, a dozen, eh?
Oh, it's beautiful work. You know, well done. It's excellent.
Super looking forward to the results and your results. I mean, I'm not saying that lift or anything. That your own results in terms of your understanding, and that makes a big difference to my understanding. And I'm so looking forward to that. Thank you so much for sharing it.
Yeah,
Thanks so
well,
much for listening.
thank you. Wow, it's fantastic.
I'm curious about if there is Armen, if he has something to say.
you know, there are loads of things to say, but we need to. I'd love to. I'd love to see what your results are under these circumstances, under these atmospheric conditions, and where you are at, and where you're located. I want to see all those results that you've achieved, and see how it goes. I mean, that's what I look forward to it really. I mean, what you represented is not the final result of every single thing that I believe, but it directs into a understanding where as 99.9% correct everything, and I'd love to see the achievements and results where you had it, like
Yeah,
which
yeah.
planet.
They will be shared.
Yes, sir.
Please don't call me sir because I'm only 22 years old.
Cool, man. Doesn't matter. The ages are the doesn't matter. Absolutely, what you represented is above all the ages, all the understanding, all the understanding that we all understand. Our ages that multiply all that and divide it into whatever, and I'm sure it will come to 9, 6, or 3. We're all connected, interconnected to each other.
Yeah,
Doesn't
yeah.
matter what you when you and how you represent it. This moment explains a lot of things to me, and thanks to Mr. Rick Crammond, that I'm just blah 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 all the time here. But it's so nice to hear you're very serious what you're doing, and please go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, I'm following you. Please.
Yeah, thanks.
You're
I
welcome.
thought it'd be interesting. When I see this, it almost looks like some sort of religious ritual or something. If you can imagine, these were candles rather than plasma balls.
Yeah,
You know, it would have a.
in reality, I have a lot of ideas to make these works and other things works. So this is the from my personal side is the first step.
Mhm. And well, it's interesting. I thought, well, if all of these plasma balls are actually, not plasma balls, these GANS balls here. What if they actually were?
What is the difference between GANS and plasma?
Well, I said plasma ball. I accidentally said plasma ball because what I was going to introduce is the idea of a ping pong ball that glows with like a plasma ball inside with high voltage and so on. You can actually make a ping pong ball glow, and I have done that. I've got a video of it.
Yeah,
And
but that is plasma in the matter state in some way.
yes, that's right. But I just thought of the effect if you were sitting in the middle of this thing with all these little glowing plasma GANS balls around you, it would have quite an effect in a dark room, let's say. just from the geometry, the configuration, you know that the center is where the action is essentially from all these interactions. That's where the free plasma, so-called free plasma, or the essence, the principality, the soul of any situation, any entity, is always at the center. So this is the place to be where you would sit and absorb those radiations to be able to take you into another dimensional level, let's say, and in effect traveling just through the sheer geometry, because the geometry feels correct, and maybe that feeling is enough to transport you to wherever you wish, basically, at that time.
Yeah, maybe yes. For my personal view, we don't have the need of a structure for trip, because
travel.
we have the main instruments in our being. That is the cerebrum, the DNA, the RNA. So the conscience can travel faster than the light.
That's
many times.
That's right.
Without structures, but that I think will add the feature of traveling with the body.
And perhaps if we wish to travel with others, we need something that's more structural in order to hold that all together. And the other thing is, it's true what you said about the connections with brain and mind and different dimensional connections, but it all needs to get sparked by something. And sometimes just from our own efforts, daily efforts or habits and so on interfere, and it's hard to get a clear vision on how to activate all that. And using a tool like this, and putting ourselves in that center position, let's say, or even around the outside as an observer, or maybe you could put 3 or 4 people in the middle with a certain configuration, or there's different ways to look at it. But just being in that environment would be enough to, I'm speculating, and I suppose and I believe, enough to activate those dormant facilities that we have, let's say. So that's enough to basically wake us up and make us pay attention in the moment and start feeling the fields. And once you start feeling the fields, that gives you the control over the situation.
Yeah, because in some way are the feelings that give us a way to manifestate the reality. So we constantly are here on this earth feeling. So we can feel inside the structure that can enable us to expand our aura.
Now, let me help you out with a word that there's 2 words in English. One is conscience, and one is consciousness. Okay, so just to distinguish those 2 words, you seem to be using conscious.
Our conscious being that is connected to the consciousness.
Right. Okay, that's one way to put it. You were mentioning in your paper there conscience, when I think you mean consciousness, because our conscience is different than conscious and consciousness. So our conscience, the way it was spelt there, is is like our little reminder inside when we do something wrong, and our conscience reminds us to don't do that. You shouldn't have done that. And that kind of thing. So that's conscience. It's a different thing. And you can have consciousness without conscience, or you can have consciousness with conscience. And it's said that consciousness without conscience is a very dangerous individual, because it's somebody who's aware and awake, but they don't have the conscience to remind them or keep their emotions under check and their actions and behavior under check. So it's just something to kind of think about there. It's good to be conscious with conscience.
Conscious you're aware of. Conscious is something you're aware of. Consciousness is maybe a deeper, different thing.
Well, consciousness is the totality conscious is just now. That's just it.
What is conscience then?
Conscious is just now.
No,
We're describing
no.
now. Consciousness is the totality of it.
No, I'm talking about when your conscience bothers you.
Well, that moment is just bothering you. There is something bothering you right away.
Well, it's not. It's a different
and
word.
Consciousness is actually understanding what is going on at that moment. That's the totality of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that consciousness is in a way an structures that connect us all, but we are not ever connected in a conscious way to it, but we are always connected, yes, and that trick is right.
See, like, let me, this is an interesting little side thing to talk about here for a minute, perhaps. Let me share this screen and, let's see here, share screen.
I should stop.
That's okay, I can do that. And let's just put up, this is the word that I was concerned with, was not consciousness, but conscience. Here, let's get it up here. Okay, there we go. So it talks about in Wikipedia here, conscience is an aptitude, faculty, or intuition or judgment that assists in distinguishing right from wrong. So in other words, it's you can have remorse or feelings of remorse when you commit an action that's against your moral values, or it's see, it mentions down below, conscience includes the voice within or the inner light and so on. It can be conceived of as the voice inside you that sort of can be guiding, I suppose, in a way.
Absolutely. It represents the moment. Imagine you're in front of the judge. Judge is just broken the pen and your conscience at that very, very moment. And they're saying it all about you and just telling you. It's just right that moment. That's what I think. I mean, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, let's look at the other.
Is realizing the whole thing that you're in really deep.
No, I think you got two different words mixed up here. Conscience is different than conscious. Let's look up the word conscious here. I think it's consciousness, but I wanted just the word conscious. See, consciousness is the state or quality of awareness, of being aware of things external and so on. Sentience, awareness, ability to experience or to feel, wakefulness, having a sense of selfhood and so on. Is that what you mean? I think, right?
Yeah. Because when you're doing it, when you're actually doing it, what consciousness, what you're doing in that day, when you're realizing what you're doing in that day is so wrong for you, at that totality, that's your understanding. So you do it where you do it, and then you divide it into totality. Simple as that. I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know. I'd love to be corrected. Just go ahead. Love it.
Well, we could get into it in detail, I suppose, but I don't know if we need to at this point in time. Okay, so it does mention the earliest English language uses of conscious and consciousness, which is different than the previous word conscience. Like conscience is your distinguishing right from wrong. It's the part where your conscience bothers you if you do something wrong and so on. Whereas the other, conscious, as it mentions here, where was it? Oh goodness, got into it too deep here. here it is. The earliest uses of conscious and consciousness date back to the 1500s, originally derived from the Latin conscius, meaning together and to know. So it meant knowing with, having joint or common knowledge with another,
Yeah, that's
knowing
where I was
with oneself.
of what's around you. It's like being conscious and unconscious. If you get knocked out, you're unconscious. You're not aware of what's around you. That's what I meant. Yeah.
Right, yeah. And generally that's the case. I mean, if you look at consciousness, and if you were to, the different gradations of consciousness, the different states of awareness, and we can have higher and lower, states of that and experience of that.
We used to play a game when I was attending to this dormitory school. It's a very dangerous game that we used to play. It's about 10 years ago. You fold yourself up and down very fast, and then you pass out. And then it only takes a minute. But when you wake up, it feels like hundreds of hours and days, and you feel like you were with your family and you were with your. It's just a consciousness is something where I don't know. It's just I don't know, Rick. You know it all.
Well,
I should talk about it more.
As they go on in the description,
after the example, sorry.
As they go on in the description here, in forms of consciousness, okay, they mention philosophers and so on, the people who study this have it's possible to identify 4 forms of consciousness it mentions here. One is sensory experience, which is the phenomenal sense that something exists in relation to or has an impact on a person. The concept of effect attests to this kind of consciousness, as does sense data. Okay, 2, practical consciousness, or knowing how to do things, knowing how to go on, as writers as different as Wittgenstein and Marx have elaborated. It is basic to human engagement, practical consciousness. Okay, 3 is reflective consciousness. The modality in which people reflect upon the first 2 forms is the stuff of ordinary philosophy and day-to-day thinking about what has been done and what is to be done. And then fourth form here is reflexive consciousness, or reflecting on the basis of reflection and interrogating the nature of knowing in the context of the constitutive conditions of being. So
well,
basically,
I can clearly say it's total nonsense. You would never understand consciousness without unconsciousness. They're all only talking about being conscious. So how would you represent the consciousness without understanding unconsciousness? There is that element is missing in that. It's just talking about it. What is being conscious or consciousness? Consciousness happens right after you're unconscious. You think you're conscious. That's where you are. And then in totality, after a minute or whatever minutes ago, you realize you had the consciousness. And that realizing the totality of it, that's what is missing, is realizing, understanding what is unconsciousness. I mean, I don't...
Well, that's a good point. That is a good point. And what is unconsciousness? And it might mean more than just, like they mentioned, zombies here, for example. They talk about the possibility of philosophical zombies, that people who think it's possible to be
energy suckers.
Well, you can be physically indistinguishable from a human being, and it behaves like a human being in every way, but nevertheless lacks consciousness. So, and if in effect they're saying that on one level you can be unconscious and still going about doing regular activities and appearing to be completely normal, but actually unconscious.
Absolutely.
In that definition.
That could be solved with my experience and coming to a practical solutions. As soon as I wake up, I sort of what would you say? I say something within myself, and then I am that all day, and then nothing can penetrate me, and nothing can stop me, and that is what I am all day. As soon as I wake up and open my eyes, that's
And
something
do
totally
you
unrelated what we're talking about. But I mean,
do you choose
would that
that,
be
or
help?
is it just the way you just whatever way you feel in the morning? That's it. You set that for the day. Do you actually deliberately choose that, or is that just something that sort of happens to you? How does that work?
Well, that works before you go to bed, and
You set an intention before you go to bed. Is that correct?
that's the way. Yes, that's what I
Yes.
do. I set the
Okay.
intention, and then I live that all throughout the night. I even wake up very tired, and it's just like understandable tiredness, and as if I worked all night for a purpose or whatever. And it's all interconnected, and I'm getting to understanding and believing in it, and not just believing in it without understanding. I understand it whole in a concept where I can use it in a practical use, and that's just what I'm sharing. Really, I'm doing nothing more than that. It's just so that yes.
All right. Thank you.
My understanding of meditation is to, from the way I've been taught, is to, you want to get completely, you want to shut out consciousness, in that you don't want to, you get to a state and you go through these techniques that take you to a place where you're not registering your inputs from your senses, and you enter your mind to a blankness that's beyond your consciousness, in talking in these terms. And for me, that's what meditation, that's what I've been taught.
Are you practicing it, sir?
Sorry?
Are you practicing it?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've been practicing.
Then yes. Well, I understand it, and that's what it is. As long as you're practicing and then you're talking about it, that's what it means, really.
Yeah.
It's what,
Yeah.
It's
throw that in.
Okay. Thank you.
Is what it is. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should. Oops, Mark, what happened there? I think I was just going to segue into Mark's video here, because we're going to have to move things along. But that was a good discussion on consciousness, and something we'll return to quite often, I believe. Let me.
Excuse me, Mark. Just forgive me for a moment. Hi. This is Denny.
Hi, Denny.
I wanted to point out how nifty Justin put his ping pong balls on his motors. Did you notice how nifty he did that by using two PVC joints fittings that screwed into each other?
Mm-hmm.
That made it easier to get away from the wobble, and it also made it easier to make the ping pong balls interchangeable. If you put something in one ping pong ball and you wanted to interchange it, you would just unscrew the fitting and put a different ping pong ball on it. So I just wanted to point that technicality out, or that that process out.
Now that you brought that up, maybe I should show, before we get into Mark's setup here, show you another setup that I have that's very similar to what you're talking about here, actually. So let me just briefly show. Let's get it pinned here. There we go. Have to rotate and get some bit of lighting on. So this is kind of cute. It's my new invention for rotating reactors. I sometimes just can't resist when I get into a store and see things and whatnot. But this is a remote controlled reactor, and it's going to illustrate just what you're talking about. But let me just fire it. Wait a minute. That was the wrong one. You can see it goes around here, right? Remote controlled. Now the way I did this, because I have it under the sign, it's basically one of these remote controlled little race cars, and this is a super cheap one.
Yeah.
You can buy this for like $20 now, right? And it's not a fancy one. It's not very powerful, but I thought, wow, maybe it'll work. And so what it is these things, these spheres actually unscrew from here, and the bottom part is glued onto the wheels. In this case, the front wheels aren't powered. This is a two-wheel drive, not a four-wheel drive, but I thought it might have some sort of symbiotic kind of relationship or something like that with this other sphere.
No, that's perfect. The vibration makes a big difference.
Yeah, right. Well, the thing about this whole setup that's really cool is not only can the sphere I can untwist it from here, and it's these spheres, as you can see, have this
like
inner liner thing that just pulls out, and you can change your contents, put this thing back in there, and then screw the whole deal back on. It's made to be glued into place.
That's good construction. I love it. It's really good.
Here's the great thing about
So
it.
beautiful.
See how loose this is? This is total, like the bearings on these wheels. This thing's
I
so
know.
cheap. Look how, see how it flops? Everything flops.
Yeah.
And this whole suspension goes up and down and rotates sideways, and it's on rubber tire. The whole thing is basically suspended. And so what I've noticed in the last time I tried to run one of these big spheres is, you get that thing rotating, it wants to be its own rotational spot. Like it'll find its own axis, and it won't let me demonstrate, because here's the way it goes. I started up, look at this thing shaking. I think, oh my God, this is gonna just fall right off the table. Because normally something heavy, like I say, it's really loose, right? Let's see what happens as it revs up.
But that's the key. That's being loose is just a perfect.
It goes absolutely smooth. This is shaking quite a bit down here. I can feel it like shaking because everything's not perfectly down. But that sphere, I can put my finger on it and it's just barely out around.
That's a vibration,
And now, especially as see the center pin is starting to form from the air bubble inside. You can, it's hard to see there because of the lighting. Maybe it's a little lighting in behind.
Okay.
Rick, you got to make sure you videotape all these things, because I just
well, that's what we're doing here now. So
you're just going to disappear. You're just going to be gone, and no one will know.
Well, I'm trying to get all my old videos together actually as a compilation. So that's pretty much maxed out there now. This little rig. Slow it down. And I think it's great because this thing, all of a sudden, this sphere, it finds its own center of gravity, and it's smooth. The sphere is smooth, and it allows any vibrations or irregularities in the drive system to be absorbed by the drive system. And I noticed this last time because I was holding the sphere and my hand was shaking, but the sphere started just going completely smooth. And I thought, whoa, that's interesting. And it only works if this whole mechanism is relatively lightweight compared to the sphere. If this was all locked down in a heavy metal apparatus that was clamped to the table, then the whole table would have to shake, or more likely, the connection between the sphere and the axle or some other place would just shear off because the stresses have to go somewhere, and this way it's absorbed by the thing that's what these things are good for, is absorbing stresses. So the next
you're on self-centering. Beautiful.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and that was
perfect for the ones who gets it. Perfect.
Yeah. So you're saying those spheres are snow globes?
Yes, that's right. They come with instructions and everything, and you're supposed to glue a little scene inside and fill it full of liquid with a bit of glycerin and some sparkles and so on, and glue it all together, and that's your snow scene. Yep. But it works really good also with just plain CO2 GANs. I've got different colored GANSes here because it are 3 different GANSes, and it kind of clouds it up. But if it was just pure CO2 GANs, especially the chunkier stuff that you can get sometimes, then you can actually make a snow globe out of these. I've done it before with a different version of these last year. You can actually put a little card inside with some sort of insignia in there, and turn it upside down, have all the GANs act as snow, which is kind of cool. But otherwise, in this configuration, the GANs will form a ring here. Normally, if I had any amount of GANs in here, it would have formed the proverbial GANs ring. So anyways, the next step here is I need to get more RPMs out of this thing. It only works on like some batteries in here, and so my next step is I'm going to basically run a jumper cable to the battery pack and run a 12 volt. I've got a 12 volt battery here. I'm going to run a jumper cable to it, and not today, but maybe next time if it survives that long, and get that thing really going. And I might have to put a protective cage around it because I might want to go for high RPM tests. Definitely if you had one of these little rigs that were some of the more expensive ones, like some of them are 10 times as much expensive as this, and some of them are 50 times more expensive, or even 100 times more expensive as well. Yeah. This is super cheap. It's a great entryway to get a reactor rotating. I was thinking, you know, if you're stranded, here I am stranded on a desert island, or stranded on a desert planet called Earth. And you want to get off. You want to get off, and all you got is this little kid's toy on the beach, and virtually nothing else except this. You know, it's Christmas time, and these globes are washing up from a.
You know, that looks like a crystal ball, like you wish to see what you wish to see.
Well, that's right. It is very much that, Elper, in the sense that these rotating globes, and I've got. Many of them, you know. I've got. My desk is covered with globes.
You don't have any space.
Spheres, and I've got down the back. I've got boxes and boxes of spheres. Actually, I've been trying to collate them all, and I've got more of them up in the back over there. And
sure, I follow you right behind you. Don't worry, I might place.
They're just like all around, right? So spheres are they're in. They're like, you know, they're cool. They're the way the universe works, essentially, or the way this universe works, at least. And it's fun to rotate them, and it's fun to watch the flow dynamics of the fluids inside, and watching that center pin come down, and as the RPMs go up, you get a cylinder inside rather than any kind of spherical shape and so on.
Absolutely.
And the forces involved are quite incredible when you get up into the higher RPMs, and there's so much room for exciting things to happen in that realm. You can everything from thin film technology, where you create a thin film on the inside of the sphere, and thin films now are very in. They're one of the greatest sources of research. Turns out a thin film has greater effects than a thick film. So the thinner the film, the more the effect, and so on and so forth. What I hope to accomplish at some point is basically to rotate a sphere like I just did and have it start glowing on its own without having to put high voltage into it like I've done before. I've rotated these these ping pong balls, for example, and got them to glow with high voltage. I've rotated a glass globe and got it to glow by just putting my hand on it. That's the Hawksby effect. That's from the early 1600s. That's not a big deal, but to have it just rotate and glow, that would be nice. And maybe through a plasmatic process, such as sonoluminescence, which is we talked about last week a little bit.
Yeah.
That would be a way to, like each globe has a resonant frequency. In a globe at this size, it'll be approximately probably around in between 22 and 30 kilohertz. I'd have to calculate exactly according to the CCs and so on. So about, let's say 20 kilohertz. That's 20,000 cycles per second would be its resonant frequency. That means if there's a bubble in there, a tiny little vapor bubble, it could be trapped in that resonant frequency and made to expand and contract and actually start glowing. A little bubble will start glowing at this resonant frequency if you put 10 watts of energy into it or something like that. So this is all sort of side stuff in a way, but in a way it isn't, because we got to look at this fluid in here as a plasmatic fluid. That there's amazing processes going on inside the water, inside this sphere as we talk, and we don't see them because they're happening on the nano, micro, or atomic, molecular levels. And so the tiny little spark of energy, because there's waves and everything, the waves inside this sphere, once in a while they all get together and add to each other. They're always adding and subtracting in there. Sometimes there's peaks. The peaks all add together and they whap one of those water molecules. In fact, every 10 hours is what the scientists say. Every
Well,
10
I've noticed
hours,
those moments.
the
Mr.
water,
Keshe calls it that the reactors get excited, and
well,
he
that's
calls
right.
it.
Well, the water is self-ionizing, self-exciting.
Yeah.
Just on its own. It splits its own hydrogen and hydrogen H and the OH split off basically every 10 hours. Everyone does that, and we don't notice it. In fact,
I didn't know that. I
the
didn't know that.
scientists
Okay, that's
haven't
great
even
news.
noticed it until recently, when they've had the equipment to be able to measure in the picosecond range and beyond, because these reactions, it turns out that reaction of the self-ionization of water is the fastest reaction they've ever noted in the chemistry or molecular world. So this self-ionization where the hydrogen and the OH basically split in half, and you have two ions, and then suddenly they slam back together, all within a picosecond, the fastest reaction known. And they haven't even known about it until the last couple of years when they discovered this phenomenon about the self-ionization of water. So that's interesting that that's happening, and perhaps by the rotation of these water spheres, we can end up tying in and taking advantage of that self-ionization. It's basically a splitting up. If we can keep those ions separated when they naturally split up, then why can't we create the negative and positive ions separated through the rotation, and then basically we're building this potential between these ions. The more it rotates, the more separation occurs, the more potential builds up between that separation. So that's just one sort of concept that one.
That's wonderful. You don't seem about. I'm keep nodding my head. That's so silly.
Yeah, look up self-ionization of water. It's in Wikipedia, actually.
Okay.
So there you have it. I didn't mean to go on for so long there, because we have to get back to Mark and his remarkable contraption here. Why don't you go ahead there, Mark? I'm going to put you onto the other screen and try to stop talking here for a bit. Start watching. How you doing?
Hi, Rick. Hi, everybody. Hi, Denny, Sandor, everybody. I'm
Hello,
glad
Mark.
everybody's still hanging in there. Albert, John. Does anybody have anything else new to share
Bro,
before I go?
looking good, my friend.
Yeah, Mark, go for it.
Yeah. Hey,
Okay.
the floor is yours.
Okay. So last week I just had the two, right? The two set up here. I gotta change my screen here so I can see what I'm doing. Let me just pull it up here. Hold on one second. There we go. So we remember last week, right? I had two of them working. They were wobbly and everything, so I had to do a lot of work. But anyway, so this week, so I told you I wanted 4 working parts. You know, I would just want to say, you know, I'm at the end of the program here, and I don't want to take up a lot of time here. And I just want to, what everybody has said tonight is a confirmation of what I've just built. And like I said, what I've built here is everything that everybody's talked about. If we can just envision everything that we've learned in the last year, we want protons, neutrons, and electrons to move within the fields. We want to, there's 3 parts of this whole process that I think I've learned in the last year is we start with the concept of material. Mr. Keshe said to bring us into the what we need to know is we have to have material, which is copper. He told us copper is our first step. He weaned us in by making coils, and that's how we started. We started working with coils and wrapping and touching the coils. That's a material. Then we had to learn about making a GANS, or making something that goes between the material world and the plasma world. The connection between the two worlds are GANS, which we create in another container, which we all know about, which we apply to all these things. And the way we apply it is by nanocoating things. So there's 3 steps to the, you know, you have to have the nanocoating, you have to have the GANS, and you have to have the material. Those 3 things, if you don't have those 3 things working, you don't get the 4th element. And the 4th element is now we have to have motion. So that takes us to the next step. So I don't know, you know, some people have came in and not come in, but we can go, I'll show you in a little bit what I think should be inside each and every coil. These are gravitational and magnetical coils that are mounted on the small geared engines. Last week I thought maybe we should just have 4, but then I walked my way back into some other teachings, and actually was in this room that Mr. Keshe stopped in and gave us a couple of tips, and he said you got to have something in the top and the bottom, and he taught me what to do with the pipes. So I went back. It was a Reactor. Keshe, or it was our Reactor group. We were lucky enough to have Mr. Keshe come in and comment on some of the things we were doing maybe 3 or 4 months ago. And it just so happened I went back to that session, and there were some things I learned about it that the 4 weren't enough. I needed 5 and 6 to balance this whole system. So now I have 4 outriggers, and I can explain each each reason for the outriggers and how they're configured, why there's the top and the bottom. A lot of people are going for the spheres. Scares the heck out of me, and we talked about it last week. The plastic balls with the GANS inside of it going really rapid just bothered the heck out of me. And I kept thinking, well, there's other ways to do it. And then the mini Magrav 2s came out, and we talked about how they're connected with the wires and the feeding, and there's a whole couple hour lesson in how these work. But I took it to a different level. But anyway, let's get to the motion part, the fun part. I got this part of it, ladies and gentlemen. So my explanation, I'm a small and a long talker. So anyway, hi Rick, everybody. So here we go. So as you can see,
yes, we certainly can. Wow, look at that.
Oh, yes.
How many have you got going? 6 altogether?
6 altogether.
Oh, wow.
So,
they're slow but spectacular. Wow, it's really cool. Really good.
6 moving mini Magrav units feeding into our original Magrav unit. We can talk about what's inside here, but we really, Mr. Keshe really told us that we needed to move the fields. So I kept thinking to myself, protons, neutrons, and electrons all have to be moved. So now I got them to move. And the way I got them to move is by this process of having each coil moving now. Like I told you the last couple of weeks, by moving each and every one of them in an inward direction. If you just notice the way I have it wired, each wheel on the outward spheres works. Okay, so the side ones would cover. We've learned that we need to have a figure 8 or a constant 8, and a looping into the middle. So each moving Magrav unit, each one of them has you've seen it last week. But anyway, so these are the pods that go inside. What? And they're filled with, just like Armen said in the beginning.
Okay, interchangeable, perfect.
Yes. So each one of these are interchangeable. So if I need a little bit of CO2, CH3, and it's very technical, but it's very easy because now it's so simple to slip each one of these pods inside of them as they rotate.
When you look at it as a satellite or a giant planet, it that's what it should work. That's how I feel content about it when you explain it. It's just perfect.
Thank you, Alper. It is, each one of these are a satellite that is needed for us. It's absolutely needed because in our own where we live, where we as humans live, we live in here. We live way in here. All these things are happening around us. The moon, the sun, the stars, the universe, everything is moving around us. We're a fixed center that is being pulled, you know, whatever way these things are being moved in our universe, it's completely balanced because of all these things that are working around us. Mars, Venus, Pluto, you know, every outbound, you know, everything has to be in place, but there has to be a center core. And as you get closer to the center core, you know, the universe has to come closer, closer, and it has to be a way to feed each other. And
you know what I believe is actually is the spinning it faster. It does not actually mean faster every time. That what is actually turning doesn't mean the faster, and the fast in terms of understanding is actually two things are getting into a positioning, and where they position themselves and they turn according to each other. In these terms, whether you control it, oh well, they can turn pretty fast as well. I didn't realize that. That's a good construction. I'm telling you, it gives you a lot of understanding, a lot of thinking, and
so at this point now we're looking at. I'm sure a lot of people are looking at this, and if you notice, each wheel or each gear, because it's all taking from one central point, one central feeding point, which means this is the apparatus that's feeding the power to it. But if you look at this one here compared to this one here, this one's going quite a bit faster than this one up top. This one's going the bottom is going a whole lot slower than this little guy up here. So what tells me is because I've got each one of them cut at a different dimension.
that's so true. Let me tell you something, a little info. I've noticed a serious fluctuation in between them, various speeds and various RPMs, and you can hear it from their sound voice that you hear it, and they change the sound of it. You're so right. It's just perfect. I just wanted to add that. I'm sorry if I was
at this point,
bugging.
Alfred, I don't have any control. It's the electricity that's come through the feeder point. I just got alligator clips back here, and I'll show you if you want. But you can see on the meter here what each one of them has its own desire. Some are going faster, some are going slower. And these don't even have any GANS in it. There's no GANS in any of these. This is just a prototype. I'm still working on it. I work my butt off to try to get 6 of these moving at the same time in different directions.
I can imagine.
Mark, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Yeah. Why didn't you nanocoat the central core coils or sets? What was you thinking behind that? Yeah.
I just I didn't have time.
Okay, fair enough.
Because some of these
I could question that.
Well, that's a cool question to ask him, but yeah, some of these things were some ideas that I had from other things that I was working with, and some of these things were I didn't have enough of that I had to get done with tonight, and I had to make some more top coils, and you know what I'm saying? So I know what I got to do on the middle ones. They absolutely need to be nano-coated. And I learned when I went back in some of the teachings that I just went back to in the last week here, that with what I have here, Mr. Keshe told us, please, don't be careful. Don't wash. You work so hard to put the nano coating on, and the caustic on, and the way I do it, the process of it, leave it sit in the process for 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And that's what I did with some of these 2, 3, 4, 5 days. I just let them set. You know, I went out every night, let it heat up to 160 degrees in the caustic, and then I just turned it on. I read the temperature of the caustic, had my gas mask on, and all my safety equipment. You read with the candy thermometer. You have to use a candy thermometer in the caustic because there's no other thermometers that read high enough. So I just used a candy thermometer to know that the caustic was up 160 degrees. And then once it got up to 160 degrees, I just let it set in there. It cooled down 24 hours. It absorbed everything that he said.
So do you feel like any buzzing feeling, any sort of tingling in your ears, very, very high pitch all the time, and just like random ringing in your ears? How do you feel it when you're around it? I mean, it looks amazing. I wonder what motors you use it, but the indication, the half of the indication to me is just like, how did you feel it around there?
So Alper, you know, I listened to a lot of people describe their emotional feelings around things, and you know, I'm a Libra. I'm pretty balanced. I'm just a builder. I could tell you how I feel, but you know, I might feel this way in the morning without this having going on. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's as very important how you express your feelings in terms of what you constructed. I'm amazed at the moment. I'm looking at it all in emotional ways, and I'm thinking, how come, and what does it mean to you? Well, I'm just trying to just suck it off. I'm sorry, man. I love you. I love the whole thing. I'm just pushing, but I need to know. Kind of. I really need to know.
I don't know. I did what my intuition told me to do. Like I said, I'm just like you. I look at your stuff and I try to evaluate what you do with the with your you know, you got three you had 3 fans with 3 cocktail on the top of them around your stuff, and you felt stuff.
That's
you
right.
know what I'm saying?
That's right.
With little tables around them with the fans going. So how can I say yours is any better than mine or mine is any better than yours? It's how we just enjoy what we do.
Yeah,
no,
and there's another. Sorry, I was going to say there's another aspect too, that for many people when they make their reactors, like Mark has here, they'll invite someone into their home to try out their new health device or sit inside their new health machine, and it turns out they're psychic or they have the ability to feel the fields, and they'll tell the builder, oh, this is a really great, apparatus, or this is a really great health pen. I can feel the fields being emitted from it, or I can feel the healing effect, or whatever. This will be a really good one. Or they'll say, I don't feel anything with this. It's, dead to me, or whatever. It feels negative and bad, or whatever. I haven't heard any reports like that, but I'm assuming that they must have some bad reports sometimes, or at least not bad, but just an appraisal of the or critique or appraisal of the finer fields that these things can emit. And some of us are just too coarse to feel them. I don't, generally feel the fields as such. Sometimes I can sensitize myself in a certain way, and then, I become more sensitive. Or maybe if the lights were dark and some incense was in the air or something, maybe I become more sensitive to it, or whatever. There's different conditions invoke a different response. So I think it's interesting, though, that that aspect of it, that someone else can be our indicator, our meter, you might say, our gauge for our own apparatus.
Yeah, that's a really important point in that, right now that for what I see, it's the biggest thing right now is to really gauge what's happening. Like Mark, you could have this running and you could say, I don't really feel anything, or I maybe sense something, but you might go outside and the whole part of Detroit's blacked out, while you've got this machine running, like who knows?
Or you might be healing someone on the other side of the world who just happens to see this machine. Just seeing it is enough to heal them, perhaps.
Yeah.
Or just knowing about it might be enough, even because maybe the effects are hidden. Let's say. So
absolutely.
Someone an idea that makes the breakthrough. You could just give someone the idea that unlocks all of this for all of us.
Right, that's right. That's the way this group often works. It's a bouncing off of ideas, and it may not be the ultimate result that we're looking at. This is not the generator that's going to generate power for the city of Detroit, probably, but you never know. But it could very well be the inspiration for someone else to take it to the next step, to generate enormous power out of it, because they had the vision to go there with it.
Probably will be Mark.
Yeah, it might very well be. Every week it's something new added here. All it needs is.
Mark's done an excellent job of interpolating what other knowledge has. How he put this together is really good, Mark. Thanks.
Yeah, it's on many different levels at the same time, incorporating all these different concepts and ideas. Excellent job, Mark.
Thanks to Mark and everyone that presents any idea that they have, because that's taking something of themselves and taking a risk. And that's brilliant. Like everyone, Rick, everyone who presents here, everyone who gets an idea and tries it at home and they don't present it, like this is what we're all about.
Yeah, that's right. You got to sometimes sort of stick your neck out and find yourself in a Canadian Tire purchasing a little toy car and it's not for someone else for Christmas. It's for you and you're 60 years old. As the case for me the other day.
Are the turning bits, the spinning bits, connected to the one that is the middle? Somehow.
No, they're all individually by themselves.
Okay.
They have their own ability.
Okay, wonderful.
So my intention in all this experimentation, once I get it all done, so we see how it goes, and each motor draws from the power source over there, whatever it needs. There's just two leads that come out, a positive and negative. These motors are interchangeable. If you put one lead from one side or one lead from the other, you'll get.
Wow.
Yeah. These are $13 motors. They're geared motors. They're very inexpensive. I just cut and fit everything accordingly. So I did a few things so that in case of I was doing not the right or wrong thing, but if I needed to change, I drilled each knuckle. I could change it and turn it 45 each degree. So if this one needed to go up into a forward position or a downward position, I have that ability because I drilled a hole and put a nut and a bolt through it.
Okay.
So every single unit that you see is a 4-point position.
How are your dreams? Like, I know you don't like to talk about your feelings. Perhaps I'm sorry to push you, but how about your dreams? Like, what do you? How do you? Could you please just a little bit, please?
My personal dreams.
Yes, please, sir.
Oh, I enjoy my life. I sleep good and I'm very happy. I think about a lot of stuff. I couldn't.
Do you remember your dreams?
Pardon me?
Do you remember your dreams, sir?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Do you sleep where your units are, or just like you have your own sacred place where there's no interference or there's no EMF or anything like that?
No, my dreams are random, and sometimes I lose my car, or I think like, you gotta remember, I live in Detroit there.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? So, Alfred, when I come out of the rock, when we used to go downtown and see some bands and have a lot of fun, we'd always worry that our car wouldn't be there.
I can imagine.
We have to always have a way home. I was always scared not to have a way home.
Oh my goodness.
If you want to know some of my personal stuff. So,
oh yeah, as much as you share with us, I don't mind. It's just to look. It's not that I'm dying to find out about you. It's to look. When I look at this picture, it's all on the internet right now, and it's just a picture, and I'm just trying to figure it out. And this configuration that you created is, how does that resembles to you? How does that trembles with you? And how do you reflect those ideas? And then I could maybe collaborate, maybe not. That's just my intention. My intention is just to expand the plasmatic feeling all the time. So that's be freakish, but yeah, that's just my intention.
Well, if you want, I can expand on that a little bit, because I do a lot of thinking about it, and what I've tried to create, or what I want to create, which I know I'm going to create, is that when you have an infinity loop, you have to have a central point. So each one of these that are creating a magnetical and gravitational field, there has to be a crossing point. So this one is feeding, so if you just could imagine a round circle going into the middle, I've got this one running in a backwards position. Sorry, I could change it, but it's too late at night. But I would, in my final, it would have to go this way, so that you could have a figure 8 with each one. Just like these two. This one is going this way, throwing it into the field. This one over here is going this way, going into the field. Yeah. And I wired each one of the outbound satellites. We showed that like 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 weeks ago, how we hold our hands, and with our hands, it comes through ourselves and comes out ourselves. And I tried to explain, if you just look at my hands, I place CuO2 should be always at the top. It's the cleanest thing. It's the most magnetical thing. And then if you just bring it down through the system.
Yeah, I can see the arrows there.
Yeah, do you remember all that?
Yeah.
Because you want to take the cleanest point, and then you want to receive it with the CH3, and then you want to just send it back out into the atmosphere, all cleaned up with a CuO.
That's great. Yeah, that's just.
Okay, so that's why in the end process, we want to throw back out into the fields, into the universe, cleaned up, because we're dirty people here. So we just bring it in clean, everything comes in clean, is used by us, is fed into the middle, and then once the middle's done with what it has to do, I want to process the COU and then bring it back out into the atmosphere.
That's so. Listen, you're not alone. I think of my unit and escalation of the unit. There's another unit. That's how I think. I think that their cities and their little people are living there. That's honestly, that's how I think. And there's a platform that I've created for flying, and the platform surrounds with other intense devices, and then it escalates into a divine consciousness, and just like a portal, just like a sort of a wonderful passing through without dying, and wonderful ideas. That's why I wanted to ask you about your dreams and how you were feeling about it, because what I believe, these devices, once you nanocoat the middle, and this device is super correct, that's for your understanding, and I can't deny anything about nobody can do that. It's impossible to do that. It's impossibility. That's all I can say. Each time I look at your devices, and that's what I feel, that goosebump, and I'm there as exactly where you're at. It's so interesting. It's just like a simple understanding of a portal in between people, and it's just resonating the understanding of the knowledge and then sharing it. These turnings are so significant to me, because once at pastime, and perhaps everybody thought about it, whoever managed to make it, there you go, we're seeing it, and that's what it impresses me, sir, and that's all I can say. I'm not saying sir, all right, whatever.
Hello, Mark, this is Denny.
Hi, Denny.
On your other experiments where you had the open liquid plasma spheres, how you still have that set up and working, or did you run out of room?
The spheres, the big plastic balls.
Yes.
No, that's right back there.
So you still got it going. That's good.
Yeah.
So
the meter's still on it. The GANS is still in it. You know me, Denny. You start the experiment, you can't stop it.
Right. That's good. You just hadn't showed it for a while. Your mind is on this. You've been putting a lot of work into this. That's great.
Well, you know, I asked myself, you know, we have to focus. For some reason, we're in a situation where we, you know, I could just be, you know, here, there, and everywhere. But something told me to just get this pod developed, ready. It's very cheap and easy to make. It's going to, this is why I have it tonight, so that we can just ponder the thoughts, because I'm going to bring the camera a little bit closer. We can, I'll be able to tell you, we'll look a little closer, but I think that this is, it's a 1 in 3 pod. It has everything we need. And when I explain the next portion that I couldn't do last week because I didn't have it ready, because I just had a couple of them ready. So should we go to the next step? Are we getting late? I know it's late, but what do you think, Rick?
How long do you think it'll take? It's getting kind of late here. I wanted to keep it under 4 hours, and it's just 4 hours now. But if you are on a roll here and you want to carry on, maybe we should.
I mean, I could just go on with it for maybe 5 more minutes and maybe just help other people go to the next step.
Absolutely. Okay, let's go for that. That sounds good.
Okay, cool. Well, here, just let me move this then.
It looks like a little humanoid there now, with arms that are. Looks like one of these Terminator kind of things.
That 50s robot. On the
Yes,
sci-fi
yeah, that's
movie.
it. That's it, exactly. It's even got a little thing in the bottom there that's rotating. A head in the top, 2 arms, and something underneath rotating. It's wild. Love it.
How does it look?
It looks really good. Yep.
Okay, I'll just pause it for a second. Just so we can speak about it for a second.
Okay.
If you want to. So, well, yeah, let's just do this because I just want to get this point in because I think this is a very important point. So when I went back into the, in some of the teachings that actually the same teaching that Keshe came to my house or here in our reactor group, he said, he told me some things and I didn't really understand it back then, but I understand it now, what to do with the pipes, fill it, blah, blah, blah. And you know how evasive Dr. Keshe is or Mr. Keshe is when he talks. So we got to decipher what he says. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Yeah. I love the way he speaks. And it's just really hard. But anyway, so in our developments, he said, we have to in 146, just the last teaching, he said, we have to have everything, not over there, but in here. So, with our mini magravs, we were going to use these. I'm going to use these pods that I can fill GANS and everything, so I'll have CH3, CuO2, in the bigger ones, there'll be lead in the middle. There'll be, these are all feeders that'll actually feed each pod. That's what these are for.
Amazing.
And they're interchangeable. They're just small little, these are nano-coated. And once you plug these in, if you understand the concept, when you make these mini magravs, we coiled them off to the together in the end. So gravitational and magnetical end up together in the end. So if you want whatever you put in the pod to be charged in the unit, you have to have some way to touch each other. So with a nano-coated piece of wire, 14 gauge wire in the tube, you can do that. And they'll just insert wherever, in the 3 bigger ones, and the smaller ones, you use the smaller ones. Does everybody kind of follow that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark, have you put any of your GANs in a blender and then put them in them little pieces and them pipes?
Pardon me?
Have you put any of your GANs in a blender?
Oh, gosh. I can't even think about any of that. No, I haven't.
Well, that's an idea. He was saying to do that before putting them into the little canisters there. that's an idea. We've been told blending the GANS will activate it, rotate it at high speeds and get it activated, perhaps.
Well, in the same principle, as you watch these pods that are inserted inside them, you know, like a blender or whatever, I might be not going as high, but a blender doesn't have a magnetical and gravitational wire that's nano-coated around it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm spinning these at maybe 800 or 900 RPM, but you know what I'm saying?
It's different
I don't
than that.
you know, I'm not even thinking about stuff like that. I'm just gonna
Okay.
put GANS and lead. You know, I'll mark each one. There's a lot of work. You got to remember, each pod has 2, 4, 6, 7 abilities to put these in. So I got 7 times 6. You do the math. So
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
possibilities of moving these electrons and protons are just endless. I mean, who
Yeah, the
wants to?
combination is endless.
Do you want to do the calculations? I'm just a painter from Detroit. I put this stuff together in my mind. Okay, so
No,
I mean,
you're so right. Let me tell you something. The speed of when we come to a slowness of it, it's irrelevant. When you think about the speed, it's just a word. It's a matter of the distance in between the masses or gaseous masses, and then they dictate how fast they should really speed. They turn, they spin, and
Albert, I don't. You know what? We got a little bit of time left, and I don't really care.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Stop
I'm
me,
just
man.
going to finish this because Mr.
I
Cash,
love you.
I'm just, I know what, we're up against time. So
Go
he
ahead.
just taught us to do this stuff. Mix
Yeah.
all this stuff up, move it, shake it. It doesn't have to be a lot, but if you want, whoever wants to do the calculations of just these 6 things moving with the possibilities of each one of these inside them, you go right ahead and do it. That's your great ability. That's not my ability. My ability was to build this and let people ponder it, because I'm not qualified to do any of this stuff. Do you understand that? Everybody should understand I'm not a qualified person. I have no authority or anything whatsoever. This is just stuff that
yeah.
Well, plasma mechanic is a new job category that they don't even have it listed yet. So we're sort of on the leading edge of being plasma mechanics here.
Yeah, you're as well as anyone else, and you call it as you see it, and we'll take your results from there. But good on you for doing it, for just doing it.
Well, we could write it on paper like the guy just previous. We could hypothesize stuff, but I did that in the beginning, and that doesn't work. You have to put pen to paper and then paper to mechanics. This is it. You can just fight, and then after that, it's just, we'll work after this. We have a working model.
Mark, some people, when they create something like that, they do blueprints and they really advertise themselves, and they just talk about it hours and hours, and yet you don't do. You haven't done any of your creations, and you've done millions of those, and yet you're still talking about it, and it's just no words. I'm not saying anything anymore.
Okay.
Mark, your pods are a great idea, Mark. You showed that about a month ago, how you did all that, and and that was great. It's a great way that you've done that, so they don't have to have them leaking all over the place.
And
Yeah,
even-
I look at them as control rods, those little pods, I guess you call them. But to me, they're control rods, and you're putting in these control rods into your reactor, basically. That's the way I look at them.
Yeah, and the interchangeability, be able to change control. Keep going, Mark. You have things that are on your mind. Let them go. Keep going.
Well, Denny, my mind is your mind, and you know, every single person that is in this group it's been a creation of all of ours. Can you? And I know you see it as I present it, and I just can't go fast enough tonight. And you know, I don't like to be impolite. I want everybody to be able to tell their tale, and I would never step forward in front of anybody. So.
Go ahead. Keep going. Explaining what you got. Please.
Okay. So you know, we already know about the pod. So we learned it just today, or just our last teaching. He said, bring everything we need to the unit. Why would we want to go to our GANS where we make GANS over here and have to pour it in here and hope that everything works? And you know, and it's already proven that the GANS dries out in certain situation, and it doesn't, you know, it goes away in GANS balls as you spin them, people. So I thought to myself, well, we should just have some place that it makes itself. We should make the GANS in the unit that we are living in or working in. And we just kept thinking, and I was lucky enough to have Mr. Keshe come here and tell us that with these plastic pipes, you already started the CH, the CH bond inside the pipe. So then I took, you know me, I take it to one other level. And I thought to myself, well, we have to make the GANS inside the pipe. And like last week, I said to Rick, I said, you know, I was worried about off-gassing hydrogen gas because I was worried that it would build up and blow myself up and my mom up in the basement here. I live in the basement. So I thought to myself, well, we have to have a way in order to control what's going on here. So what I thought to myself was, just like these things, just like the satellites that we feed each other, we'll have the pods that feed each other. We should do that in the central core. In the central core, what we should do is have life itself, right, Denny? Right? We should start to make the CA, or our GANS right in the pipe itself. So what I did was,
yeah, I can follow you there because I'm doing it too, by the way.
yeah.
just so you don't feel lonesome.
Oh, I didn't, because I feel you, because you're quiet and I know what you're doing and you know what I'm doing. So anyway, so the pipes are going to be.
You're more technical than I am, so keep going. Mine's a lot simpler. Just keep going.
So inside the pipes, these are. I just wanted to show everybody that these will be going inside the pipes. Okay, these units will go inside the pipes. I just wanted to show them tonight so that everybody could see. And the replication is, there's the copper, the zinc, and the iron, and then I got the carbon rod at the very end here, and then that'll sit at the very bottom. So if you could just imagine it going all the way through the pipe, and then what I want to do is, if you see this is going to be the feeder. So naturally, this will be the three of them. This will be all three. So number two, like over here, it's just a copper connection. If you just opening, every single one of these have a connection. So if you just open them up and just So what's going to happen is when they're inside the pipe and they're down here, Mr. Keshe told us, or told me, that when you prep these pipes, you don't want to prep them on the outside. You want to prep them on the inside with your caustic solution. Just fill the inside with caustic solution and just let it set for about a week, 2 weeks, whatever time frame you have to work with. And then just pour it out. Do not rinse the caustic solution that's in these pipes, because that's going to start the agitation of everything. So once you do that, and then on the bottom here, you want to put the Coca-Cola, the chewed up Coca-Cola, and the aluminum. That's the part we have to work out. That's still a little bit, that's where the dynamic hydrogen is going to start. So if you could just imagine each one of these pipes, and these are all chambered off, you know, this isn't just free flowing.
Yeah, you could put those in pods too. When you slide that down, they could be in a pod, just like you have your pods for your
Well, like I told you, in weeks and months and things in the past, each one of these units, when you make them from top to bottom, you have to plug them. You make a plug, and these plugs they'll fit right in a 1/2-inch pipe. And once you plug it, it'll stick in there. So you can just imagine around each core, it's plugged.
So what? Yeah, that's so you made a pretty inexpensive plug there. Can you explain that plug again?
Sure, I'll show it, Denny. You can buy them anywhere. They're cheaper than all, you know, it's a furniture plug. So here, I'll just show, I dropped it. So sorry about that. So if you could just imagine, you have your 1/2-inch pipe on top and bottom. So like I showed, like the arrow shows, the flow, it's not even a flow. It's just, you're going to have an ability to have this accessible in open chamber. And now you're going to have this all with the wire and inside it that comes down. And now you have the carbon rod. It's just a pure carbon rod that sits on the bottom. And then you'll have, because you remember, I didn't wash any of this with any of the
yeah, you want to keep your
caustic in it, right? So that's good. You don't want to wash it out, because once you start doing all this stuff, that's enough to start the agitation, right? So you could just imagine it's here, and now it has to stop. It has to stop here, because I just want, because you're gonna, in this tube here, I'm just gonna make copper, zinc, and iron in this tube. In this tube, I just want copper made. So copper with carbon that way. Zinc, carbon, or zinc, copper, and iron in this one. You know what I'm saying? So I have a method to my madness, but I just wanted to keep each one of them separate. Can you imagine why I want to keep them separate?
Yes, you want your plasmas to be different, so you can have a plasma flow from post to post.
From post to post. And then I was worried because, well, two things. From post to post now, meaning that this is going to be the 3. So you could just imagine there'll be copper here and the 3 of them here. And back here, there'll be just pure zinc. I have a pure zinc one. And then on the other post, it'll be just a pure iron. And then you just have to put the carbon at the very end of it. So each post will represent each one of our GANSs that we're trying to make. The three main GANSs that we make, copper, zinc, and iron on the 3 posts, and then the combination of the 3 of them on the 4th post. And you ask yourself, why does Mark want to do that? Because in case, if any one of the 3 of them fail, I'll have the combination of the 3 enabled to feed the middle. And the way I want to do that is each and every one of these outriggers will, so say copper here, I'm going to feed the down, the lower ring with pure copper, okay, the pure copper. The back one, which is pure zinc, will be fed from the top. The CH, which is from the iron, will be fed from the outer, the outer ring, which is my protector. The 4th one, which is the combination of all 4, will feed the inner one. That's me, the protector. Which now I can do that by wire. And I thought to have a redundant system, I was really worried that the hydrogen or the gas that was being made in each tube was going to be collected here in the top. So I thought, well, let's collect it and feed it into the middle by a valve. And I can control it with the valve here and the hose that would just allow any hydrogen that's being produced in the middle, which is going to be the absolute, hopefully this will be my energy source for all these motors. It's not going to be that thing in the end, the power source over here, because now I know each and every one of these motors have to turn, and they'll, once these are nano-coated and everything is working correctly, my intention, my first hope, and my first, we will all know, because every week this is an ongoing process. If any one of these motors turn on their own, once I disconnect it from the power source, then we're going to know, once I've brought everything into the middle, if it's working or not. That's my hope. That's my theory. And we can go into a whole lot of other details, but if there's any questions, boy, I need a drink of water.
Most excellent, Mark. Very good explanation and description there, and well thought out, application of the theories and so on. It's quite amazing what you've done there. Congratulations. Congratulations. Any questions from anybody about Mark's remarkable contraption here?
No, just amazing, and more power to you, Mark. Love hearing, what you've got to say from Detroit, and so glad that you've, rejoined us after throwing away everything, and going through the whole theme that you went through. It's just great, so glad to have you here. And I mean, I'm just some guy from Australia. I don't,
Hey, Tony, you know what? I appreciate it. You've been a good friend way down under. Yes, I did go through a lot of stuff, and you know it, and you can attest to it. And it took me a long time to come back. I was scared of all bejesus, but here we are together as friends again. And
I'm so glad that we can do this together.
Cheers, brother. I love you.
Cheers. I gotta have another sip of my so-called water.
Good on you, brother.
So
Truly amazing. Oh, sorry. I just wanted to tell Mark that this is so beautiful. Thank you, it's Libby here. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Libby.
Rick, I just want you to bear with me just for a moment.
Sure.
Since Tony's in Australia, the other, I think it was last week or the week before on Thursday when Mr. Keshe gave the presentation, he talked about having a pool of plasma water surrounding you, and you stood in the center of it and you became the pen. Do you recall that, Tony?
Hey, look, to be honest, I've got to catch up on last week.
Does anybody else recall that?
I remember that. I hear that. I heard it.
Well, what I found was a wishing well swimming pool, a kid's wishing well swimming pool, where you can put water in a center part of the pool and put water in the outer part of the pool. And so I thought since Tony was in Australia, he'd be in the summertime, where here I am in the winter. I thought that might be something that somebody would like to try.
That's a beautiful idea. I mean, it's like 8 o'clock at night here. I'm in shorts and nothing else. It's hot, and I'll definitely be part of that. I'll do that.
That's called the Wishing Well swimming pool. It's a little plastic kids pool. So yeah, this is very nice, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks for that view. It's beautiful. Watch out for incomings, outgoings, and whatnot. Boy, she's wanting to lift off there.
Now maybe just a little different view from the bottom where I'm going to sit. This is how it would sit underneath it. But I guess so everybody can get an idea of how many different fields we can get after this.
Oh, she's wailing.
That's all I can do for you tonight, Rick.
I was going to say, just hold that pose because I had to get a screenshot. It was beautiful. It looks like this robot that's all like activated is just like, let me at it. I'm ready to go. My legs are shaking. Just let me. Where's the doorway? I want to get out and do something.
It's War of the World.
Yeah. And it's almost the red wires are almost like firing up as plasma, and I'm surprised it's all holding together so well and not vibrating more and so on. It's quite amazing, actually.
not warm, not even hot.
Well, that's amazing too. Yeah, with that kind of load and a bit of unbalance.
They've been going for how long now?
Yep, that's pretty good. All coming from one power supply as well. It's amazing. Good work. Good work. You've done good research in your selections there. It makes some nice sounds too.
There's all I've got to say.
Well, thank you, Captain. You did well. And as tonight's show wraps to an end, so does the slowing down of the reactors into the night.
Thank you, Rick.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you, Mark, and well, thank you everybody for tonight's presentations. I think we're going to have to wrap it up here. It's been almost 5 hours, so.
I'm sorry. It's not the Canadian part. I just went for it tonight.
Yeah, you did say sorry, but you only said it once at the end instead.
I stopped myself.
Yeah, bite your tongue. Bite your Canadian tongue. Man,
so after this, everybody now, I hope everybody gets that idea because I'm tearing it all down.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because it's got to get nano-coated now.
Oh, yes, right. Okay, well, to be reborn again.
That's my whole unit.
Even greater. Yeah. Boy. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, it needed that to be stable and so on, too, with all that. Who would have known that all these parts are going to get added? I certainly didn't expect all that from you. So, work well done. Thank you, Mark. Okay, we're going to wrap things up here now. So, anything else, we'll just have to wait for next time, basically. Let me just throw on my video here. And pin, spotlight, etc. And wrap things up by just saying thank you all for coming by, and we'll say my levitating reactor that I was going to show at the start of this show for next week. There's always stuff to be postponed and put off, and maybe I can get it working properly by next week. It needs a proper power supply and whatnot. So as always, ongoing projects and lots of fun to be had. So thank you for tuning in for Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for what's now is Wednesday, November 23rd, 2016. Only 20 shopping days till Christmas.
She's great. Nice jacket.
Thank you. Needs a logo here too. Okay, take care everybody, and we'll wrap it up for now. I'll stop the live stream.